Chapter 101. Illumi, I will love you forever until the moment I die. If you think about it carefully, these kinds of words aren't as romantic as imagined. Forever in real life is a false proposition. Precisely because it is nearly impossible to achieve, people must repeat promises, just to make themselves, and those listening, believe that at least this oath is true. If every promise were counted, its significance would be infinitely weakened. But what unsettles me is that the world I live in doesn't adhere to familiar laws, so for whatever reason, I have every reason to believe her words are true. Imagine someone you're unfamiliar with, or even indifferent to, but you feel sympathy for them, and they say I love you forever. It feels like shackles, the other end tied to that person. To put it bluntly, you can never escape from me. One-sided love is painful. Love that causes distress is paranoid. In the name of love can be twisted. But most troubling of all is that the lover is tortured by their own unrequited feelings. For a moment, I didn't know how to respond. Time itself froze until tears spilled. Then I came to my senses. I couldn't understand what was wrong with me, nor why she said that, but I was absolutely sure her words were true. It's an incomprehensible emotion that contradicts my will. I don't want her words to be true, I have no proof, and yet clearly I understand they are true. Sister, why are you crying? She gently wiped my tears with her thumb. Her warmth was so similar to mine it was as if she were touching herself. I didn't move. She gathered my loose hair and said, when you were with me before, sister rarely cried. It was little Amber who always cried because you said you wanted to protect little Amber. Little Amber loves me deeply and would give me everything, and I used to love her too. The time we spent together was always so happy, wasn't it? But it's precisely because I love my sister that I cannot bear to see her sad because of me. That's why I only saw her once last time and then left. I know many things can't return to the past. She sat back, holding my hands tightly. Her palms were sweaty, trembling slightly. After a long pause, she spoke, little Amber only wishes to live with my sister for a while. As long as I know you're living well now and don't need little Amber, I can convince myself not to pester you. She squinted, smiling sweetly, and in her eyes there was nothing else. Kurapika looked at me, waiting for my decision. Okay. Then let's live together for a while. I can't refuse you, I said, voice strained. That's great. She cheered softly and rubbed her face against my hands. After leaving the cold drink shop, little Amber leaned her entire body against me. Two tiny girls, almost identical, inevitably caught the attention of passers-by, making me uncomfortable. Little Amber followed us back to the rented house. She seemed to like the place, the bed was big enough for us both. That evening, I worried about Kurapika's mood, so I asked little Amber to wait at home under the pretense of buying something, and she agreed. Kurapika and I walked along a path until the house, hidden in sparse woods, lay ahead. The air felt empty, I sighed in relief. How are you feeling? Kurapika asked, before I even spoke. Me? I paused. I'm fine. Hard to explain, but not a big problem. How about you? Huh? I'm fine too, I was just worried about you, he said, and the air fell silent. Then we both laughed. Honestly, I worry you might be upset by my decision. I didn't ask you and agreed to her request to come with her. And I don't know why. I couldn't refuse her. I confessed. I understand how you feel, Kurapika said, walking slowly beside me. Actually, I also feel something strange when I see her. Though she is very different in temperament and speech, she looks so much like you. When she's quietly sitting there, I can't help but connect her to you. But she isn't a substitute. After all, she's the Amber I know. She should have a life she truly wants. Is this my own life? I thought silently. Yes, this is exactly what I pursue. A peaceful, meaningful life, warm daily moments, and the power to live as I want. I nearly have it. No matter what happens next in my travels, this time will remain an unforgettable light in my memory. I murmured, hands behind my back, this is not just for me, it's for you too. I hope you can live the life you truly want. Let's work together, he replied. When she returned carrying fresh fruit, little Amber sat on the sofa alone, staring into night. The grass and trees flickered under the wind's sway. Hearing footsteps, she turned with a joyful look. You're back, she said softly. Yeah, I'm going to cut some fruit. Kurapika, can you chat with her for a bit? Of course. He nodded and took the bag. I carried the fruit to the kitchen. The house was small but exquisite, windows everywhere. The warm air let plants drift in. I heard the TV in the living room, and the faucets gurgle covering Kurapika and little Amber's voices. These town fruits were sweeter than any I'd tasted. After washing a basket of plump cherries, the faucet was turned off. I hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but I heard what followed. The girl asked Kurapika in a voice eerily similar to mine, "Do you like your sister?" My hand froze on the faucet. Kurapika said nothing. I exhaled slowly. He must like me, just as I like him. He's just 13, sometimes too mature, but still a boy. He needs companionship and support growing up. We rely on each other, there seems no space for anyone else. It's a connected, uncomplicated feeling. Droplets glistened on fruit skin. I emptied the water and moved to cut more. Kurapika remained silent. I said, "If you don't answer, I'll take that as consent, because I'm sensitive about things involving my sister, but maybe I know her better than you. Being with her is dangerous. Are you prepared?" Danger? What does she mean? It can't be about my ability to read. Aside from Hisaka and Illumi, no one else knows its details. Of course I'm prepared. What mental preparation is needed? I want to be with her badly, I'll face anything with her, he said. Then if you get into trouble later, how can you ensure my sister won't get involved? I never intended to involve her. It's just that my goals are too tied to why I persist, so I can't abandon them. But I won't let her get hurt. She's not part of my purpose. I felt a pang of sadness. Though we agreed, he still seemed to exclude me when discussing these things. I understand. Everyone has their struggles. But that's our difference. Unlike you, I can give everything I have for my sister. I can give her much more than you can. Kurapika said nothing. I quietly cut fruit, the red juice stained my fingertips. By the way, what do you think of me? Without pressing Kurapika further, I continued, what do you like about my sister? Her nature? Her looks? Or just that she's with you? I look identical, hair could even be cut short. Personality's not the same, but I know her best, I can mimic her. I can be with you in her place. I heard Kurapika begin to speak, but she interrupted him softly, just listen. Skip that question. I have another, what kind of love do you have for your sister? Do you and your sister really love each other the same way? Can you get from her what you want? Desire, no matter deep or shallow, is dangerous and alluring. But I can give you everything she can't. We started the same, all for your sister, but your love for her isn't deeper than mine. I don't mean that in a bragging way. I just want you to remember me. She said more, but so softly I couldn't hear. By this point I lost track, the atmosphere had turned strange. After cutting a mango, I didn't even clean the knife, I grabbed the tray and walked out quickly, interrupting them. I realized leaving them alone was a mistake. Earlier, I told Kurapika that if he and little Amber were alone, maybe I'd gain insight. Her relationship with me and Gale still felt confusing, and logical Kurapika might handle her better than I. I don't know if he understood, but this. I can't say what little Amber might say next if continued. As I walked out, their voices stopped. The air turned solemn. Kurapika looked pale, supporting himself with his hands head down, exhaustion etched in his posture. He didn't look at me. Instead, little Amber stood, took the fruit tray, and pulled me next to her on the sofa. The night passed in a bizarre haze. I was worried about Kurapika, but because she clung, I didn't see how things ended. When I asked him later, he just shook his head, insisting he was fine. Eventually, I returned to my room to sleep. Before drifting off, Kurapika once more assured me he was okay and told me not to worry. Little Amber and I lay quietly in bed. I didn't know what to say. Even looking at her made me uneasy. I'd never expected a twin sister. We looked too alike, the visual impact far beyond how we actually related. She felt unpredictable, hiding mysteries I didn't know. Besides that, there was another discomfort, some inexplicable feeling I had toward her. Chapter 102. I haven't slept with my sister in 19 years. Little Amber whispered softly. She wore the nightgown I had given her, a long, flowing dress. Before lying down, she gathered her long hair on the pillow, pulled the thin blanket over us, and asked, "Sister, can I hold your hand?" I didn't answer, but a sour feeling swelled in my chest, twisting down to my stomach. She reached for my hand and intertwined her slim fingers with mine. Their warmth pressed against the bed, like tiny organisms clinging to skin. The intimacy was overwhelmingly close, and I felt uncomfortable, but I couldn't refuse. A strange, incomprehensible emotion consumed me. Though I couldn't accept this love, I couldn't reject it either. My lips trembled silently in the stifling summer night. I couldn't speak words that might hurt her. In my heart, I rejected her feelings countless times, yet I recognized the depth of her pain. I knew it must be greater than mine. That day, you mentioned the curse. What exactly is it? I asked, voice exhausted. I'm so glad you asked. Little Amber leaned forward, forehead against mine. Her voice was soft as silk brushing against skin. While I was away from you, I thought a lot. After we reunited, then separated again, you no longer needed me by your side. But after the fire, you came back. I knew you would. You were like an omnipotent God to me. Even if you forget me, even if you no longer remember our shared past, you still return, even if not to stay with me. I know so much about you, because I remember everything. I wondered what that change meant for me. I struggled painfully and finally told myself, I love my sister, and want her with me always, but even more than that, I want her happiness. I love you, she means, even if that means letting me go. I hoped Mirror, the real Amber, was the one listening to these words, not me. Do you want to hear our story? She tucked a hand under her cheek, her face hazy and close. I nodded. I know my sister forgot us, but if she wants to hear, I'll tell everything. But I think you shouldn't claim I'm your sister. Our memories should live in a separate personality inside you. I don't know why you two coexist, or how. All I know is, the person before me is my sister. Whether you remember or not, I'll always be loyal, no matter who controls your body. But to make it easier, I'll refer to her in past stories as she. Since my sister can't remember, let's listen to this tale as if outsiders. Okay? I whispered, She relaxed, smiling gently. There were things between us no one else could understand. At first, only I understood. But you're smart, you sensed deeper secrets in the shelter. You discovered things I couldn't say. I know your love for me included compassion. When you guessed it, you cried, and I couldn't do anything but cry with you. You hugged me, your tears soaking my hair and clothes. Do you remember the Babylon asylum I mentioned? Everyone there seemed like foils to us, everything revolved around us. Your suspicions were correct. I couldn't say before, if I spoke, I'd face cruelty. I didn't want your world darkened. But you, being as smart as you are, found clues, you discovered a world outside those walls. The asylum wasn't the world, it was an experiment. We were victims, tossed back and forth by different factions. Even with the best living conditions, we couldn't choose our lives. Her hand trembled in mine, yet her voice remained composed, as though life had carved wisdom into her tiny frame. We were thieves stealing time from our own bodies. I was created for my sister, she said. What? I sat bolt upright, inadvertently pulling away her hand. Shocked, I repeated, what? She mirrored my movement, calm and deliberate. Yes, sister, you heard correctly. I am your clone. Her words hit me like a slap. My mind reeled. How could this technology exist? Even here. I buried my face in my knees, distressed. Why hadn't I noticed? I should have seen, I looked identical. I didn't want to face the unfairness or her suffering, the experiment's cruel line that defined our lives, and our meaning. My sister is my anchor. When I was created, my love for her formed my emotions. I have your same body, same genetics, I'm different in consciousness, but we share every moment, every memory. The Creator's restrictions made my purpose only this undying love for you, like a moth drawn to flame, like a candle burning until extinguished. I can't change or defy this. But even stripped of these constraints, I would still love you, warmly and sincerely. She placed my hand on her bare belly, lifting the hem of her gown. A long, shuddering scar spanned her abdomen, rough as aged bark. She gently guided my hand across it. This mark was deeper than nightmares. Babylon was the experiment's name. You are the sole unique specimen. The test mattered that much, they built the asylum. That's why they created me. Her voice remained calm, her expression unchanged. Yet her eyes held a complex bitterness, and cold palms. Because I am your clone, my body mirrored yours and endured all injuries meant for you. This scar is evidence of countless operations given in your place. They instructed me to keep this secret. If exposed, they would kill me, and they have tried. But as long as the experiment endures, I'll remain, because replacing me is easier than risking the real subject. I'm disposable. Only my sister, you, are the core, irreplaceable, worth protecting. But I am happy, she whispered, tears landing silently on the quilt and my arm. She gripped my hand tighter. I am so happy. I was never afraid of being your substitute or of being an experiment. My love for you goes deeper than anything I've known. I'm even grateful to have been created, to be with you. Even knowing I'm confined by orders, I feel genuine joy in loving you. I felt nothing, no tears, no words. This life, inexplicable and pressing, weighed me down. I couldn't unravel why this fate had been forced on me, I, a bystander with no say. But I felt her pain in my soul. It choked me. But in the end, we still don't know who runs the Babylon experiment, or its ultimate goal. All we know is it involves the world's core powers, run by high-level factions who hate one another. When I was 8, my sister and I left the asylum for a sea voyage. It lasted 2 years. Their goal lay across the ocean, then the ship stopped at an island, an accident occurred. The island and everyone on it were destroyed by fire, an attack from rival factions trying to eliminate the experiment. After that, the Babylon experiment ended. Little Amber, who lost her sister, became the only survivor and was taken in by Teacher Biscuit until today. She spoke slowly, then released my hand and lowered her gown. As long as my sister needs me, little Amber will always be here. Chapter 103. The next morning, the sun peeked over the coral-colored sea, clear and bright like a freshly bathed bird. Its light illuminated tiny dust particles in the air. I sat up in a daze, and noticed no one beside me. Faint sizzling and metallic clinks came from outside the closed door. I assumed Kurapika was preparing breakfast. After my feet touched the floor, I tugged the collar of my pajamas, fallen off my shoulder, yawned, and walked to the window. Sliding it open. Kurapika lifted his head from behind a waist-high bush by the window. Huh? Why are you out here? I stared, then looked toward the door. Then who's in the kitchen? It's Vines. Kurapika shrugged. In one hand was a watering can, in the other a handful of slightly yellowed leaves, still gloved. You're up so early to tend the plants. You dedicated gardener Kurapika, you're energetic. I yawned again, leaning on the window frame. I just wanted something to do. Also, I can see when you wake. He replied. Oh, so you've taken up peeping on sleepy girls? I joked, joining him to inspect the bush. Raw vine. When did she wake? I didn't notice. About half an hour ago. She said she'd make breakfast, so I came out. I rubbed my eyes and crouched by the pool. I only saw the blue and white tiles, no reflection. Last night's memories, cloning, the Babylon experiment, love, flashed through me. I shivered. Kurapika seemed to sense my unease. He placed the shower head on a green-painted shelf, dropped the leaves into an iron bucket, removed his gloves, and asked, "What did you talk about yesterday?" Some incredible things. They have nothing directly to do with me, yet they belong to the original owner of this body. And that person is still inside me, asleep. Was it sad? I think so. He walked over and said gently, I was thinking last night. What? A breeze disturbed the pool's surface. He offered his hand, I took it. He held my gaze softly. You must have changed me. Changed? I asked. He nodded. His uncut hair now reached his neck. His delicate face blurred gender lines, his thin frame and unaltered youthfulness exuded a calm androgynous grace. He tied his hair back, stray strands framing his face. What beautiful blonde hair! I praised. I'd say I like it more than your crimson eyes. It's even more striking than the blonde hair from my world. Really? He replied, pleased. I always thought it was ordinary. That's because you don't appreciate yourself enough. Blonde reminds one of the brilliant morning sun. I pointed toward the distant sea, now golden with sunrise against the jungle's edge. That's why you changed me. He suddenly hugged me from the side. I froze. I'd been too absorbed gazing at the sea to notice. His arms wrapped around me, chin resting on my shoulder. Though I hate admitting this, I have to. Because it torments me, he whispered near my ear, voice tinged with emotion. Are you acting like a spoiled child to me? I asked, puzzled. He sighed. I felt his breath. He shook his head, then placed his hands on my shoulders, releasing the embrace. He looked into my eyes. I know what little Amber told me yesterday. I've thought about the difference between her and me for you. I didn't want to directly seek answers from you. I trust what you show me. I believe in you and want to resolve this through trust, because those were her questions, not yours. I can't lean on you for everything, even though I always value your thoughts. Golden light illuminated the island town. Waves, distant seagulls, chirping sparrows, a new day beginning. He continued, I know if I asked you outright, you'd give a comforting answer, because you're gentle and caring. This change is subtle. I'll never forget the pain, but I shouldn't cling to it. You brought me this life and mindset. You've lifted me from a deep well, like Prometheus bringing fire to the world. You remember that story so clearly? I asked, surprised. He covered his mouth and laughed, bright in the sunlight. Of course. But what I mean is, to me, you're just you. We rely on each other yet remain independent. We make our own choices. I've only ever looked at you, not searching for another soul within you. It's not complicated, because we've not known each other long. Our memories are genuine, simple, perhaps a bit thin, but that's real. That's the difference between little Amber and me. You mean, I'm not the mirror? Should I fully separate from the mirror? Fully separate? He paused. Even if that might be healthier, it's unrealistic. You share a body now. Compared to others, you empathize more, and that can hurt your judgment. I hope you can set clear boundaries and understand your unique self. The bedroom door opened gently. Little Apple peeked in. Kurapika nodded slightly, signaling me to return. Our morning chat ended. I walked back, closed the curtains, changed clothes, and prepared for the day's wash and breakfast. Chapter 104. After living in this small town for a while, we prepared to set off to our next destination. We were in a small town called Ushuaia, located in the west of the Aegean continent. A wide strait called Chloe separated two peninsulas, spanned by two sea railway tracks, used only by two trains. The train departed at 9:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m., and the journey took just 2 hours one way. At the open-air station, nearly deserted, we bought 3 small, jagged-edged hard tickets and sat under the canopy, awaiting the morning train. In front of us lay the endless blue sea. No matter how long I stay near the ocean, my love for it remains undiminished. In the distant silence, a whistle blew. Then came the roar of rushing water and a plume of white steam from the silver train's exhaust pipe. The train rolled in slowly, its wheels half submerged, tracks faint beneath the surface. The door slid open and we boarded the leisurely train, finding 3 seats in the airy carriage. Lazy seabirds perched above us on the white canopy. "Life is full of surprises most of the time," little Amber murmured, leaning against me. I'd grown accustomed to her affectionate closeness. "But there are always surprises," she added. After a while, she dozed on my shoulder. Kurapika sat opposite, reading a theology and religion book, his recent fascination. With his influence, I began to explore those fields too, despite lacking prior belief. If we continue north, we'll enter one of the V5 member states, the Khartan Empire. It's vast, wealthy, and open. Their throne follows hereditary succession. Yet 25 years ago, during the Shinrinkan incident, a peaceful revolution, they abolished the imperial socialist system. Still, the king remains the highest commander, while true power lies with the Hyukuro family, Kurapika explained without looking up. "So our next stop is the Khartan Empire. Do we need special paperwork to enter?" I asked. "It's Khartan, yes." Kurapika rubbed his forehead. "The country is quite open, entry is easy. We can get residence permits on arrival. Licensed professional hunters like you can enter with just your license." Professional hunter. I squinted, feeling unworthy of the title. The train was running smoothly when suddenly it shook. Little Amber woke, glancing around. I assumed it was just waves or wind. I opened the window and looked out at the water, spotting colorful coral on the sea floor, purple, pink and orange-red, nothing unusual. "It should be okay, a current is causing it," I reassured them. Suddenly, a translucent blob appeared under the train, almost invisible, floating beneath the carriage. "Wait, look, something's there," I squinted at it. "Kurapika, come see." As he moved closer, the carriage trembled violently and seawater splashed over us. Along with the tide, the transparent mass, a Stygian jellyfish, surged, wrapping around the train. It felt like the metal might tear apart. "It's the Stygian jellyfish," Kurapika shouted, then fell into the back seat. Even I couldn't stay on my feet. "Jellyfish? That huge?" I exclaimed. "A demon beast," Kurapika shouted. "Native to the deep sea near the southern Balusa Islands, no way it should be here. Why attack us? Maybe it's hunting. Or maybe it's just confused, an environment shift making it aggressive." Largest known Stygian jellyfish reach 21.6 m, whale-sized. They're magical beasts with jellyfish-like habits. He explained more, but the train trembled again. The transparent blob pounded the carriage, twisting tentacles around it, tilting the train underwater. It derailed and flipped into the sea. Windows and doors shattered, seawater rushed in. I clutched my head as the carriage rolled and I bounced like a ragdoll. Impact and zero gravity confused my mind and churning stomach. Water filled my seat. I tried to open my eyes, but salt stung them. I searched for Kurapika and Little Apple. A white tentacle wrapped around me. Underwater, I felt weightless and immobilized. I flailed, tearing at jellyfish flocks. My vision blurred as they smothered me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't swim. My wish ability was useless underwater. No air, no words. I couldn't free myself or help them. The crisis erupted in seconds. Suffocation loomed. I exhaled the air in my lungs. A tender hope remained, perhaps I could survive long enough to save us. Before my lifespan through time travel ended, I'd seen human free divers hold over 9 minutes, but I'd never trained. My personal best was barely over 1 minute. After the transfer, my new body, acquired strength from hellish training, could hold 2 minutes. But in this moment, my panic made each second feel like a world-ending stretch. Where was Hisako or Illumi to teach me to swim underwater? I destroyed the tentacles at my feet and kicked toward a bottle lodged under the nearest seat. Air. Possibly our last hope. Descending deeper, the jellyfish retreated with the train. The seawater grew colder, the light dimmed. Around me, darkness, pressure, unknown creatures. We'd suffocate or be crushed. I grabbed the bottle. Would one person's air save all three? I needed to reach the surface first so I could speak and guide rescue, but how far were Kurapika and Little Amber? I opened the bottle and inhaled deeply. The suffocation eased. Nearby, Kurapika still fought off the jellyfish using his blade. I pushed the seat over, swam to him, and handed him the bottle. No sign of Little Amber. My heart screamed. Desperate, I hoped Kurapika would swim us to safety and then I'd wish Little Amber back. Time was collapsing. We fought tentacles, but they kept grabbing us. Suddenly another wave of tentacles struck, hitting my abdomen and knocking the bottle from Kurapika's hand. I swallowed my remaining air. Tears welled. I watched the bottle drift away. We sank toward a seabed whirlpool. I realized this may be the end. Desperate, I let go of Kurapika, using my last thoughts to mouth silently. Swim fast. My vision blurred. I wanted Kurapika to survive, live and tell our story even if I couldn't. I felt guilt for both, Kurapika and Little Amber. Tears, hot and salty, welled but vanished into the ocean. Dramatically, I thought, I, who died in a fire in my past life, now facing death in the deep sea again. Chapter 105. The Stygian jellyfish is a genus of giant deep-sea jellyfish, a type of magical beast. It is huge in size, with a single umbrella-shaped diameter of up to 22 meters and a body length of up to 167 meters. It is one of the rare supergiant magical beasts in the world. The Stygian jellyfish is rose-gray in color, has few ribbon-shaped tentacles, and is carnivorous. Kurapika, wearing a hospital gown, sat on another empty bed next to me, repeating the information from the computer. I listened absent-mindedly, but the scene replayed uncontrollably in my mind. Because it was close to a shallow sea area and far from its usual habitat, the jellyfish's color changed greatly and finally became transparent with flocculent bits. It wasn't as big as recorded, but surveyors estimated its diameter at least 10 meters. After I lost consciousness underwater, the jellyfish suddenly dissolved and then vanished. I don't know how Kurapika and I were rescued, but rescuers said no one else survived, no bodies were found beyond the two of us. The jellyfish's touch is cold and numbing, but softer and silkier than pure water. My body involuntarily recalls the ocean's temperature and the tentacle's entanglement. My lungs were injured, but fortunately the oxygen deprivation hadn't damaged my brain. What was unexpected was meeting Morel in the hospital. He came to visit us, and I learned he was a sea hunter conducting a field investigation into this sensational incident. He was kind enough to cover all our medical expenses, and I asked him to search for the others missing from the same train, because I knew Amber wasn't dead. But 4 days later, the official report came out, 16 people were missing or declared dead, with only 18 aboard, including the driver. I awoke after a week-long coma. Kurapika, a stronger swimmer, suffered less. A lot of water had entered my lungs, requiring emergency surgery. Only on day 7 did I come out of the coma. The first thing I saw was Kurapika's worried face. I slowly recovered, though I couldn't leave my bed. I ate bland millet porridge and tasteless potato cakes. I used my wishing ability, which I hadn't used in ages. No one knew that I had woken up on day 4. When I emerged, nurses talked. Only I and a blonde boy had been rescued, everyone else was gone. My blurred mind didn't grasp it at first, but the realization struck: Amber was gone. I made a selfish wish. I didn't wish to bring her back immediately, there were too many variables. If she died, bringing her back could cost more than I could bear. Or if her body was physically damaged. I didn't want to see that. So first, I wished simply to confirm if she was alive, well, and safe. At 6 o'clock, 3 days after waking, I received the news: she was alive and unharmed. Relief flooded me, my heart felt ready to burst. The terror of possibly losing her while comatose was overwhelming. Upon waking, I felt something in my hand, a small note. Lifting it hurt as it tugged on the 4th needle. The note read: Amber is currently in good health, not in life threat, and was unharmed in the shipwreck. I exhaled, utterly relieved. I tried to contact Biscuit using the number she had messaged me from, but got nowhere. No response. I didn't tell Kurapika that I already knew Amber was alive. I said only that my intuition told me she wasn't dead. If I sounded certain, it would raise questions about hiding my ability. 3 days later, I considered using my ability to bring her here, but how would I explain her sudden appearance? Still, I was desperate to know where she was and what she'd experienced that day. I needed answers: how we survived, how we were rescued. My intuition said they lay with Amber. Nurses told me that fishermen found Kurapika and me at the harbor, washed ashore like corpses. The fishermen, a coastal community skilled in resuscitation, revived us. Thanks to them, we survived. A nurse changed my fore and said, "Little girl, your skin was snow white when the ambulance brought you in, paler than a freshly painted wall, gray-blue. Your lips had no color. It was terrifying. The boy with you was in far better shape. He woke the next day and searched for you everywhere, against our orders. But you were truly lucky." A whole train vanished, and investigators said the creature was around 10 meters long, taller than 6 of me stacked. You really were blessed by the gods. She sent up a pleading gesture and turned off the lights for the night, leaving Kurapika to stay by my bedside. His injuries nearly healed, but he chose to remain. Alone in the dim room, I decided it was time. I would make the wish to bring Amber here. Then I heard the drip of water. Was it raining? Moonlight shone through the window, and skies were clear. Yet water dripped onto the floor, reflecting a faint beam of light, then gathering in a blurry shape. A familiar fragrance drifted. The droplets coalesced, lost transparency, and took form: a graceful girl in a short skirt, long hair cascading down her legs. "Sister, Amon is back," Amber whispered softly. Chapter 106. The girl, formed from water droplets, walked toward me. She found an empty chair by the bed, sat on it, leaned in, and brushed away the hair covering my cheek. "How is your sister?" she asked, worry in her eyes. After that, little Amber was truly worried about you. "I'm okay now. I was treated in time, no lasting damage, and I'm recovering," I said. "You saved us, right?" "Yes." She nodded. "But I wish it had been sooner. If Amon had realized earlier that the ability could work this way, she could have rescued your sister faster and spared her suffering." "How do you use the ability?" I asked, puzzled. "Well, it's likely a way to enhance abilities through greater constraints, right? And Amon never told you I was a transformation type ability user." My power is called aquatic. I can turn any part of my body into clear water and control it. Is it okay to tell me this? I asked. Of course. Little Amber smiled, took my hand, and said, my teacher Biscuit taught me mind reading. Amon didn't pass the hunter exam because while she can transform into water and survive underwater, the ocean's force is too strong. I couldn't save my sister then. So Amon strengthened her constraint, gained greater power, and used the waves to push you ashore, crushing the jellyfish in the train. I studied her expression. She wasn't lying. That was the first time I learned one could improve abilities by imposing stricter limitations. Will my sister blame Amon for not saving the others on the train? Little Amber suddenly asked. Of course not. She had no obligation to anyone else. You saved Kurapika and me as soon as you could. By the time you returned, the train showed no signs of life. How could I blame you? I should thank you. I gently stroked her hair. It's just. From being unable to save me to crushing a massive jellyfish in the train, what did you sacrifice to do that? Sister. Do you worry about Amon? She gave me a sweet smile. It wasn't a big restriction, after all, Amon is safe now. She placed her smooth hand in mine. It felt like holding a pebble. It's a mineral formed from water, a part of Amon's body. Little Amber said softly. Amon can't be here now. Keep this stone safe. Whenever I need you, that means I'm coming. Wherever I am, I'll rush to you. Part of her body. Wait, where are you going? During this, before I could finish, her hand vanished, leaving the transparent stone. The room fogged briefly, then cleared. I stared at the quiet ward, sitting a while before lying back down. The next morning, Kurapika helped me take a gentle walk in the hospital garden. I told him Little Amber came last night and saved us, but I didn't go into specifics, and he didn't press. Bright sun bathed the garden. The lawn was trimmed, green, edged by shrubs dotted with colorful flowers. After strolling, we rested on a stone bench. Actually, I have a theory about the Stygian jellyfish, Kurapika said. Has the Hunter Association investigated? I asked. Maybe we think alike. I suspect a sheep's horn. He stared thoughtfully at the ground. The creature I met on the beach still haunts me. We might have crossed fate due to the curse. But why did it block so long and strike only now? I don't know either. It's just a guess. Anyway, let's not tell Little Amber yet. If she knew she caused our danger, she'd be devastated. I shrugged. At that moment, my phone rang. I checked it. Caller, Lyra. I raised my eyebrows, surprised, then answered, hello. Amon. Lyra's panicked voice shook me. Can you hear me? Come save Liz. I've never heard Sable so frantic. Alarm and worry hit me. I replied, what's wrong? Aaron's family found us, and took Liz away. She's going to be married next Wednesday. With only 5 days left, I steadied myself. I comforted Lyra, asking, married? Where are you? What's going on? I'm in Ukexon. I only know Liz's family is here. I lost contact after they took her. I don't know how they found us. Liz's wedding is secret, no announcements. I tried to stop it but failed. She told me traveling with me was the happiest time. And now I can't even save that. Lyra paused, voice breaking. It's not your fault. I processed this and stood, moving toward the hospital entrance. Kurapika followed, grabbing my arm. Let's go to Ukexon now. In the meantime, be careful. Contact us if you hear anything. Kurapika and I will come help, I said firmly. We booked the earliest airship, a 3-day journey. Meanwhile, we could use our abilities. Exiting the hospital despite doctor's advice, we headed to the airport by taxi. On the airship, I sat planning. I could use a wish to find Liz, or use my ability to teleport her back to Lyra. Wishes reveal my power, so I held off. But Liz could be captured before we arrived. The plan: hold off wishing until we reach Ukexen and strategize. 5 days remained, there was still time. As I gazed out the window, Kurapika brought a cup of warm water. He placed it before me, put a hand on my shoulder, concern in his voice. You should rest. You're still weak. We don't know what awaits, we'll arrive in 3 days, we have limited options now. Take care of yourself so you can act when needed. I looked into his eyes, remembering how he carried me earlier. I laughed softly, tension easing. Don't worry, I'll recover soon. You know I'm healthy. Even if you're strong. He frowned. It happened too fast. Are we going to abandon these two? Let them be married off while I stay in bed. I teased, sticking out my tongue. You know that's not what I mean, Kurapika sighed. Chapter 107. The matter was not that urgent, but the waiting time still stretched into infinity. I planned to make a wish before bed the next night. Based on past experience, such a wish wouldn't cause a coma too long, 1 night would suffice. Finally, the time came. The wishing dice rolled a 2, and the coma lasted only half an hour. I opened my eyes and looked through the window. Outside was so dark I couldn't see past the glass. It unsettled me. I struggled up, knocking down the pillow behind me. How's the situation? Did Liz meet with the horns? I picked up the phone on the bedside table, hoping for unread messages, but the screen was blank, no one in the room. Everything eerily still. My wish had been to send Liz safely to Sable. Logically, they should have met when the wish took effect. So why hadn't Sable informed me? Had something gone wrong? It was midnight on the phone display. A small patch of light illuminated the room. As I stared at the battery icon, an incoming call shattered the silence. I answered quickly. Hi, Sanzen, Liz said. You okay? Sable said your family took you back. I'm on my way to Ukexen now. My anxiety grew, but I forced my voice calm. It's you. She interrupted softly. What? I responded, still unsure. It's you, after all, she laughed, sweet as always. You brought me away from my father. Thank you. I don't know what you mean. Sable hugged me and cried for a long time. I couldn't do anything to help her. But a little girl who acts spoiled can still be cute. I found a way to lift the curse on her. Can you tell her for me, Ember? Tell her she can live freely among others from now on. Dread flooded me. I didn't bother hiding my ability. So you met Sable? Why didn't you tell her directly? You two should be together now, why? Amber. Her voice dropped, rare and cold, like iron in her mouth. The next word froze there. Do you remember what we spoke about? About? What exactly is freedom? I remember. My answer was, freedom for me means leaving that home and meeting someone I truly love. Now, I've gained that freedom. You don't need to worry, she sighed, then lightened her tone. It was my choice. She hung up. A busy tone filled the line, beep, beep. Silence fell again. Her words kept echoing in my mind. The next morning, Kurapika knocked and brought me a glass of water. I hadn't slept. I opened the door as he knocked. He paused, seeing my exhaustion. I returned a tired smile, took the water, and drank a few sips. You look terrible. What happened last night? He asked. I shook my head, motioned him in, then went to wash up. While brushing, he leaned on the doorframe. If you're too tired, sleep more. We've got time to get to Ukexen. I spat out the foam and looked at him in the mirror. No. After a beat, I'm hungry. I want breakfast. As I stirred spaghetti bolognese, an announcement came over the hall speaker, attention passengers, we've arrived over Ukexen, but unpredictable disasters have delayed landing. Expected time TBA. Mom, look. A child squealed, running to the window, eyes wide. I followed his gaze. In the distance, above the city, a column of gray-black smoke rose through the gloom. As the airship descended, the smoke grew, revealing flickers of red-orange flames. We hovered, waiting. "It's a fire," whispers circled the cabin. My chest tightened. Liz's words returned, "It was my choice." I called her number again, silent. Freedom sounded good, but her calm voice filled me with unease. The fire appeared centered on a church in Ukeksson, large enough to fill the sky with smoke, halting our landing. The TV above switched to news. The reporter wore a mask amid the blaze. "This fire began at Philizenia Cathedral in Rio Square. Weather has spread it rapidly to nearby buildings. The cathedral is over 600 years old, and a gathering was underway today. Preliminary estimates say around 300 people are trapped. Firefighters are working tirelessly, but flames persist." Kurapika placed a plate before me and patted my shoulder silently. We hovered for 5 hours before landing. I stepped off and felt a faint tremor from the ground, an electric buzzing noise. I called Liz again, still off. We needed Aaron's address, our only clue. The fire was contained but active. A quick search revealed the Aaron family's home was famous in political circles and easily found online. Injured as I was, we took a taxi, the fastest option. Roads were blocked by the fire, forcing a detour. The in-car radio continued live coverage of Phyllox Cathedral. Kurapika and I sat in silence. Then a male voice broke in, "A vicious explosion at the Aaron mansion has caused widespread collapse and fire. Fire departments are calling for church aid. Suspect and cause unknown." My heart lurched at Aaron mansion. I clenched my fists. "Lots happening today," the driver murmured behind us. "Do you still need to go?" Aaron's place blew up. "Drive on," I said, voice strained. "We're in a hurry." He glanced at me in the mirror. "The road's likely blocked. You'll have to find your own way." "That's fine," I replied. Over an hour later, we reached the blocked road. We paid and got out. Kurapika carried me, and we ran toward the mansion. From afar, the villa billowed black smoke, its original shape unrecognizable. 6 fire engines stood outside, surrounded by frantic crowds. Explosions plus fire pose extreme danger, with potential unexploded devices. Kurapika led me to the scene. I grabbed a firefighter passing by. "What's the situation?" "Kid, get back. It's dangerous." He pushed me away and dashed inside. I frowned and aimed to find the commander. If Liz were here. But no, I'd sent her to Sable. If she'd returned, she'd have told me she chose freedom. Amid the chaos, someone grabbed my arm firmly. I froze, stunned by her grip. I looked at her slender hand around my wrist, then at her face. She was a girl my age with dull skin, long curly orange hair, golden brown brows and lashes, silver gray eyes, and freckles across her nose and cheeks, vivid and unforgettable. "You care about the people here, right?" she asked, voice flat, eyes half open. I stared, hesitated, then whispered, "Yes. I just came out of there." She was calm. "I'm Vera, Aaron's attendant." In the mansion were Vera, 13 maids, 6 servants, 2 butlers, Vera's personal assistant, and Vera's female lover. I hesitated. "How do you know so much? Why tell us?" "Because I came out." She repeated and added, "Because you want to know." "Vera. She's head of the Aaron family? Liz's father?" "Yes." She held a golden pyramid model. "How did the explosion happen?" I asked, studying her. "I don't know, it suddenly went boom." Emotionless. "Where's Liz now?" "The eldest lady went to Philizenia Cathedral for her wedding this morning. The fire's been burning for nearly 8 hours. I don't know if she's still inside. Shock hit. My heart sank into my stomach. Panic surged. Before I could react, she threw the pyramid into the fire. Watch out, I shouted and lunged at Kurapika, collapsing. My lungs felt torn, pain searing. No explosion came. I looked up, Vera watching us, calm. I stood, gripping my chest. What did you throw? The Eye of Morios, she replied. I collapsed, coughing up blood. Kurapika caught me as a nearby ambulance arrived. In the ambulance, a nurse sedated me. Kurapika had tears in his eyes. Don't worry, I said hoarsely. I'll be fine, trust me. But we must go to the church. Liz isn't here, so there's no reason to stay. He nodded silently. Supporting me, he lifted me from the seat, heading toward the next crisis. Chapter 108. On the way to the cathedral, I received a text from Akito, which read, "So Amon has come to Yukax and let's have dinner sometime." I shook off my trance and looked around the crowd, but saw no sign of golden hair. It must have been coincidence, we'd rushed here after disembarking the airship. My thoughts were scattered. I glanced at the phone, then switched it off without replying. When we arrived at the Philizenia Cathedral, the fire had just been extinguished. I stood outside the smoldering ruins, watching charred bodies being carried out on stretchers, some twisted, others carbonized. Even though I'd seen death before, nausea flooded my stomach. The rescuers confirmed, no one survived. Over 170 people had been inside the church, fewer than expected. All exits were sealed. Most victims likely died from smoke inhalation. Police suspected deliberate arson. Among the dead was a bride, identifiable from her wedding dress. Everyone inside was formally dressed, this was clearly a wedding. The event was secret, only close guests attended. I collapsed by the roadside, retching and overwhelmed. Kurapika gently stroked my back. Even with a faint flush in his eyes, he remained steadier than me. The dead cannot return. This is a truth we both know. All we can do is honor them and ease their pain, he said with a hoarse voice. I wiped tears and took his hand. My mind raced, it's my fault. Had I acted sooner, Liz might have escaped. I should have wished when Rick said Liz was inside. Should have brought her immediately after her call. Meeting Lyra first was unsafe. If she'd been with me, she wouldn't have been captured again. But she ended up at the wedding. Why did she make that choice? And that corpse, was it even Liz? The wedding was planned 5 days later, but this happened on day 3. Did the date change? Was Lyra misinformed? Or was Rick's lying? And the explosion at Aaron Mansion, how did that tie in? My mind swirled with doubt and guilt. Still, I knew, I needed answers. Emotions couldn't dominate me. Inside the ruined church, under the grand organ, someone discovered a small diamond ring with the Aaron family crest, remarkably untouched by fire. That confirmed the bride's identity as Aaron's daughter. Outside, parked cars and security confirmed it, the bride was Vickley Aaron's only daughter. Speculation about political motives, revenge, rivals, ran rampant. I didn't want to accept that Liz was dead, but evidence pointed that way. Was my hope a delusion? Life in Ukexan continued as usual, complacent after tragedy. But under the surface, tension simmered in the shadows. Kurapika and I found a nearby hotel and logged onto the Hunter site for intel. We searched Victor Aaron, alternate spelling Vickley, through a paid feed. A political figure born in Ukexan City on Yorubai continent, living in Aaron Mansion near Ukexan Border Park. He has a legitimate daughter Liz Aaron, and 2 illegitimate children, 22-year-old Mokri Thor and 5-year-old Aaron Davila. Victor Aaron and associates like Brutus and Momo Lich are radical politicians. He also secretly leads the Alien Research Society, conducting banned human experiments. Clicking Mokri Thor, I saw he now serves as Vickley's assistant. The other politicians were also linked to the society. Details on Liz were scant. When I searched the society, only rumors surfaced, human experiments in undefined areas. I closed the site, frustrated. No clarity. Evening news tracked the church fire status. Sirens and ambulances wailed. We discovered that Vickley was in ICU, unconscious. He was crucial to our investigation, but unresponsive. Then, rap at the window startled me. I jumped back, alert. A child's reflection appeared, slightly trembling. He held the window's edge. "Are you Calito?" I hesitated, then recognized him, Ilumi's younger brother. His blank expression matched the Zoldyck trademark. But why was he here? "Do you know me?" he asked, surprised. I stammered, "Your brother mentioned you. Why are you here?" Calito hopped in and glanced at Kurapika, saying, "Big brother told me not to register at the hotel under your name, or use the hotel computer to access the Hunter site. Also never post a missing notice online. He knows where your girl is. But he wants something in exchange." "What? You mean?" "Come talk," he prompted. Kurapika nodded and stayed behind as I followed Calito down the corridor. We hit an impasse. Calito looked up. "My brother's on a mission here, an assassination. He's far, so he sent me for experience. But I'm too young to complete it. He wants you to assist me. In return, he'll send Lyra to you at midnight." "Ilumi is in Ukexen?" I gasped. "How did he learn about Lyra? Who's the target? Should we leave now?" The boy nodded. "Zoldyck can find anyone. He's busy. He wants you to come with me." I paused, then agreed. That night, using the Hunter site, I posted a missing person notice to locate Lyra. I didn't tell Kurapika I'd agreed to an assassination, just that I had leads and would go verify. I asked him to wait at the hotel. He seemed uneasy about me going alone, and rightly so, given my injuries. But he didn't stop me. At dusk, under Ukexen lights, Calito and I slipped quietly into the night. Chapter 109. It seems the target of Calito's assassination is a political celebrity, like Vickery Aaron. The mission wasn't difficult, but the challenge lay in avoiding his guards and bodyguards. The two of us crept through city alleys at a steady, cautious pace. Occasionally, passing car headlights pierced the darkness, obscuring our sight. Using only our senses and memory, we continued toward our destination unhindered. At night, the city dazzles with color, like a psychedelic projection in reality. People flowed around neon lights and storefronts, and car horns and voices blended into a chaotic symphony. After less than 15 minutes, we paused in the shadow of a building. "It's here," Calito said. "This building has 10 floors. Our target is on the 7th. Guards cover floors 1, 2, and 7. Bodyguards occupy the 6th. Can we avoid first-floor guards and take the elevator directly up?" I asked. "Possible, but the elevator cards held only by senior staff. Most people have left now. First and second floor guards patrol floors 1 to 5, and use stairs upstairs. The staff restaurant is on 5. Calito paused. "Senior staff and the boss dine on 10. So maybe we can go up and have dinner," I suggested. I preferred avoiding innocent guards rather than fighting them. Calito agreed, it would save time. We planned to climb from outside. I doubted my stamina to scale to the 7th floor, especially now. But each floor had a narrow windowsill, just wide enough for a foot. We found a hidden side window and began jumping up floor by floor. I sighed, training from the Illumi clan showed. Jumping 4 stories in one go, Calito never faltered. Upon reaching the 5th floor, I sensed something odd. Footsteps echoed on the 6th floor corridor, approaching our window. I glanced at Calito, who immediately understood. He leapt onto the 5th floor sill, produced a folding fan from his sleeve, traced a swift arc across the glass, then yanked the paint out like a suction cup. We ducked inside. Holding our breath, we pressed against the wall. The window upstairs creaked. Whoever was there must be a psychic. Thankfully, we'd only raised suspicion, not detection. Calito placed 2 fingers to his lips and whispered. A white bird emerged from a tall nearby tree, its wings flapping noisily. It circled, then flew away. "Tsk. It's just a bird," a frustrated voice said above. After a pause, the man closed the window. We exhaled silently. "How'd you do that?" I whispered. "Hard metal in the fan to cut glass," he replied calmly. "Removing it is a matter of precise force." "The bird?" "It's been trailing us unseen." As expected of the Illumi. Once the guards relaxed, we scaled to the 7th floor in a single push. Calito's Nen-level control is impossible at his age, but he uses natural silence and almost inaudible footsteps, sound masking like seasoned Nen masters. The 7th floor window opened to a silent corridor. No bodyguards in sight. We crept cornerwise to an office door left ajar. Inside, I heard soft breathing. "It's here," whispered Calito. "They're asleep." Inside was a dim office lit only by city lights through floor-to-ceiling windows. A young man in his 30s slept at his desk. As his eyelids twitched, Calito struck, thrusting his fan into the back of his neck. Warm blood splattered my face. The man convulsed twice, then lay still. Blood pooled black on the carpet. No hesitation, no remorse, just precision. "Let's go." Calito tugged my arm to retreat. Once outside, he said he'd inform his brother, Illumi, to deliver the ram's horns. Then his small figure melted into the night. I returned alone to the hotel. Kurapika sat brooding, lost in thought. I didn't interrupt until he noticed me. "How'd it go?" he asked. "We've killed the man. We should have the horns tonight." He nodded, then said, "I've pieced the recent events together. Let me share my theory." To silence my guilt, I sipped water and sat across from him, attentive. "Look at this." He pushed a laptop across the table. The headline read, "Victor was moved from ICU 4 hours ago." An hour and a half ago, he briefly woke, crying out his daughter's name. The bride in the wedding dress was Liz. We sat in silence, though I already knew. I swallowed hard. And? Everything began when we met Liz on the train, Kurapika began. It was the first time we learned of her escape, to flee her father's control, avoid an arranged marriage, and pursue freedom. She promised to help Liz remove her curse. Those 4 reasons guided her actions, and she likely intended not to return. I nodded. But things changed after her capture. 2 questions: how did Vickery find Liz? And why didn't Sable call us immediately, only once at Ukexen? First, either the Aaron's power traced Liz through registration, or they posted a bounty on hunter sites. What difference? I asked. Kurapika explained, if it was the first, she never used her ID, and Sable had no documents either. They stayed off records. They booked 3 rooms after the train and left without IDs. If it was bounty-driven, that'd be faster but involves more manpower. Either scenario affects whether Liz plans another escape. Should she? Yes, and here's the twist. She had the chance to flee again, but didn't. That means she either couldn't, or chose not to. Something happened while she was recaptured that forced, or convinced, her to accept the arranged marriage. That's critical. It likely ties to the church fire and the Aaron mansion explosion. So what's the link? It's not random. It's a targeted attack on the Aaron family, driven by politics or their clandestine alien research society. Victims include Liz, Vickery, the groom, and wedding guests. The groom, Momo Lee K, died in the blaze. He was part of the same radical party and the Alien Research Society. Are they trying to recruit Liz? Or is this just political? I asked. That's unclear. Without more evidence, this is as far as we can analyze. We sat quietly for hours, only the TV droning like insects. Then news, the council chairman in Zoll building was murdered at 7:40, no suspect yet. I saw censored office images, city lights flickering through the window like a funeral procession. My throat tightened. Nothing's peaceful here, Kurapika said. Yeah, I whispered. At midnight, a knock echoed. I rushed to open the door, no Illumi. Instead, Little Apple sat unconscious against a wall. Kurapika carried her in. Though absent for so long, she looked unchanged, same hair, clothes, her right hand bandaged. I checked her, no fever, ribs healing. But unconscious. The ticking clock sound filled the room, distant sirens howled. I felt exhausted and collapsed onto the bed. Chapter 110. At 3 o'clock in the morning, I was awakened by a sharp shout. Kurapika, sleeping on the sofa, and Sable, who had been unconscious, bolted awake too. The shouting echoed from downstairs. Kurapika switched on the lights. It took seconds for our eyes to adjust. Sable looked confused. I asked Kurapika to care for her, then pushed out of the room and descended the stairs to investigate. The hotel guests were roused but hesitant, only a few emerged. We were on the second floor, so I crept down the wall, cautious of each footstep. Rounding a half-stair corner, I froze at the sight, the hotel owner, dead. His body slumped on the counter, head severed, blood streaming onto a plate of candy. Suddenly, a figure darted through the doorway, a blur too fast to trace. I moved to pursue but paused at the moan from behind the bar. An elderly woman lay in a pool of blood, alive but injured. I hurried over. Her limbs trembled, fear marked her face. Under her neck lay a small glass cone, a cruel trap. I removed it. She convulsed hard, her breath ceasing as I dialed for help. My finger hovered, then I stopped and withdrew the phone. Other guests screamed hysterically as they saw the scene. My heart pounded. I slipped back to our room. You're covered in blood. What happened? Kurapika asked anxiously, taking the glass cone I handed him. The owner and his wife are dead. Their deaths were violent. Don't go down there, I said. Sable sat curled under the blanket. Gently, I touched her hair. How are you? Do you remember what happened? She pushed my hand away. Of course I remember, she snapped. What did you talk about? I asked Kurapika. A bit. He hesitated. She said Liz isn't dead. My blood ran cold. What? Why? How do you know? Sable curled her lips, looking away. I received a call from Liz last night. We were lucky to find Sable. Her account filled gaps. 2 weeks ago, they were feeding pigeons when men in black suits abducted them. During the struggle, Liz was told her wedding was in 7 days, she had to return or risk losing an important alliance. They dumped the goat's horns, sheep horns, in a back alley before taking Liz. A boy later found and freed Sable, who had no contacts or phone. Resourcefully, she boarded a train to Ukexon, assuming it was Liz's home. The trip took 2 days. Upon arrival, her inquiries at the Aaron mansion failed. She ransacked gates but was turned away by security. That night in a cheap hotel, she awoke to find Liz's phone on the table. She called me early morning, due to time difference. Kurapika and I immediately departed. Sable stayed to investigate. So Liz's phone wasn't with her originally, it appeared that night? Kurapika asked. Yes, she nodded. There were few saved contacts, one was Sheng, sick, so I called her and then you. We can infer that the phone was intentionally sent, most likely by Liz. Since Sable had visited the mansion that day, Liz must have known she was in Ukexon, Kurapika reasoned. Any other numbers on the phone? No, Sable replied. I called all. So she wanted us here. We're the only ones she could reach. Sable continued, she spent 2 days in Ukexen, nearly caught sneaking into the mansion. On the third morning, a stranger attacked her on the street. She woke up in a better hotel, no memory of how, but the intruder took Liz's phone. She remained unconscious for a day and a half. When she awoke, she bought groceries and read newspapers until dusk. Then, a cloaked figure across the street handed her a phone. Liz's voice came through. "Sable, it's Liz. Keep this phone. I need your help. I'll contact you soon." Sable tried calling back, off. That night, she was knocked out again and woke in our hotel. Clearly, the stranger was a Lumi, delivering Liz to us by our ability. Liz chose to return and said, "This is my own choice." I shared my phone call too, hiding any hint of my ability. With a clearer picture, we shifted to lighter conversation. Sable looked pale, like a plant near withering. Dawn saw police and ambulances outside. As the first witness, I cooperated. With surveillance cameras present, our involvement was minimal. Kurapika, Sable, and I quietly packed and slipped away. We had more important tasks. I noticed a tiny note inside the glass cone. Kurapika found it. It was an unsigned threat. It claimed I killed the chairman of the Zal building and demanded I appear alone at the northwest corner of Statue Park at 9 p.m., or my loved ones would die. The hotel owner's murder served as a chilling warning. My hand shook as I read the note, blood cutting into my flesh. The room was deathly silent. I felt my heartbeat pounding in my ears. Kurapika, You can't go, he said firmly. "I'm sorry," I whispered, eyes downcast. "There's no need," he replied, placing a hand on my shoulder. "I trust you've your reasons." He paused, then added, "But you can't go tonight." I confessed before, but never understood what killing innocents truly meant. Before, it was survival, now, it seems avoidable. Maybe it was for a friend's sake, maybe convenience, but at a cost. Now I worry about the person I've become. We learn to be ruthless, but can't kill without conscience. We train to survive, but how do we remain humane if we lose that? I wouldn't have minded if it had all been easier, but I want to stay true to Kurapika. Short break. If you've made it this far, you're either really invested, or too lazy to hit pause lol. Either way, I love you and let's keep going. Chapter 111. It was just daybreak when we slipped out of the hotel. We found a new place to stay until the evening, when I packed my things and prepared to go to the park as scheduled. Before leaving, Kurapika said to me in a slightly hoarse voice, "I already knew that you would go even if I disagreed." I stroked his hair and comforted him, "Trust me, I will come back safely. Take good care of Sable." I arrived at the statue park 2 hours in advance. At the end of the northwest corner was a forest. On the lawn was an inconspicuous angel statue, worn and hard to see clearly. I used my absolute power to hide my breath and squatted behind a branch of a tree. The less dense branches and leaves covered part of my body. I hid in the dark and secretly observed the situation below. I had no idea who the other party was or why he'd asked me to come here. Since arriving in this world, I don't think I have any enemies, but from that threatening letter, it was clear I was being targeted. Although I had no proof, my intuition told me the situation was tied to recent events. So, not only to protect Kurapika and Sable, part of the reason I came here was to uncover the truth. When that man killed the innkeeper, I rushed downstairs immediately, and even saw the last trace of his shadow before he escaped. If he truly wanted my life, he could have ambushed me then instead of sending a message that gave me time to prepare. I figured he summoned me here for another purpose, and it might not be my death. But I couldn't let my guard down. About 15 minutes before the agreed time, in the silence, I suddenly saw a black figure silently step from the woods. The night was too dark, only faint moonlight allowed me to just make out his outline. Before this, I had never sensed anyone approaching. He seemed to appear out of thin air, a perfect concealment. My throat tightened. I watched him calmly walk to the side of the statue and lean his back against it. It was obvious he was waiting for me, and he was the one who left the glass cone at the hotel. He leaned there, the short angel statue nearly his height. His face was hidden in the shadows of his collar and hair, and for a moment, I thought he might have been a child. But he quickly found me, raising his head to look in my direction. His slender eyes glinted in the moonlight, staring right at me. Those eyes felt familiar, so cold they seemed to pierce my very soul. My palms grew clammy, but I dropped down from the tree. Now that I'd been discovered, hiding was pointless. Most of the man's face remained hidden by his collar. When he saw me land, he smiled silently, his eyes narrowed into slits, the white showing eerily in the dim light. "So, you're here." He spoke quietly, and his voice snapped back memories from long ago. I must have seen him before. "Who are you?" I faltered as he suddenly moved behind me, pressing a long, silver-reflected knife to my neck, cold steel against my skin, no hesitation. "You killed the chairman of the Zoll building?" His voice seemed to rattle through his bones, not his throat. A familiar, metallic, bloody smell that seemed to be part of him filled my nostrils, and I recalled where I'd met this person. Underground Palace. "Are you the one who examined us back then?" I blurted in surprise. "Kid, answer my question. You killed him." "I did." I swallowed. "Are you here to avenge him?" He laughed twice, and the arm at my shoulders tightened like a reaper's grip. "Do you have the book Tower?" He didn't respond to my question. Though only amused laughter escaped him, I could feel the impatience in his tone. A dark aura surrounded him, unlike anything I'd encountered, even more oppressive than Illumi. "Demo? What's that?" "I don't know." I tried to steady myself. "You have the wrong person. It's an ancient text, kid. Lie to me and you'll suffer worse than death. I'm skilled in torture." Everyone has an instinct for truth, and mine told me he meant it. I wiped cold sweat from my hands on my clothes and forced calm in my voice. "I'm not lying. I don't have it." He wouldn't kill me on the spot, telling me he intended to torture me meant he wanted information. And I could resist. "Phaeton, let her go." A new voice emerged from the bushes. My blood ran cold. I recognized that voice from nightmares, just hearing it sent chills across my flesh. "Captain? Why are you here? Didn't you say I'd handle this?" Phaeton asked. He eased back the knife from my skin. I pressed at the cut on my neck, crimson seeping into the ruby necklace at my throat. "Yeah, but I changed my mind. I have questions for her." Phaeton lowered his weapon, slipping the blade into its red umbrella sheath. Without another word to Krollo, he melted back into the woods. "Your neck is bleeding, use this." Krollo stepped forward and handed me a neatly folded white handkerchief. My heart drummed in my chest. I dared not meet his eyes, but steadied myself, for Kurapika, I had to. After a moment, my tense hands released. I took the cloth and pressed it gently to my neck. "I remember you. Krollo. Why are you here? Are you looking for me?" I paused, then forced myself to meet his gaze. His eyes were unexpectedly soft, but I knew that gentleness could be a predator's snare. "Yes, but I don't mean to hurt you. I just have questions." He spread his hands in a non-threatening gesture. "Do you know the book Tower? It was to be in Barato's possession, the man you killed last night at the Zoll building. I assume you haven't forgotten. He was dead when we arrived, so I came to retrieve the book. But I don't know where it is. I went to kill, not search." I kept my tone defensive. "Really? That's a shame." He lowered his arms and gave me a gentle smile. "Well, then we'll leave you be. Goodbye." He turned, as if to leave. I froze before blurting out, Did you come just for that? He stopped and looked back. What else would bring me here? I want that book. I bit my tongue. Escalation would make him suspicious. But a clue lay before me. I forced breath and asked, is this connected to you and the Phantom Troop? Krolo hesitated, then admitted with a calm smile, far from the cold killer I remembered, yes. We destroyed Aaron Mansion. My chest tightened. I clutched the cloth. That church. Philozenia Cathedral. And the wedding. Not that fire, he said quietly. Why were you here? Phantom Troop? He smiled, as if amused by my shock. We're thieves. We went for treasure. The Aarons had unique pieces no one else had. We took what we wanted. Then why blow the whole mansion up? No special reason. Once we had what we wanted, the place had no value. I destroyed it for the hell of it. Consider the handkerchief a gift, he said that as he left. So the explosion at the mansion was merely theft, and unrelated to the cathedral fire. That was the latest revelation. After the wound on my neck clothed, I cast the handkerchief aside and slipped from Statue Park, trembling but unseen. Thinking back, I hadn't expected to meet them again, especially under these circumstances. I knew if I fought Kurapika here, I'd lose. I couldn't kill Krolo. Our power difference was too great. And any hostility might tip off Kurapika, risking everything. I was grateful I hadn't let Kurapika come with me. I won't tell him or Sable, if that boy knew the Phantom Troop had come here, he'd try for revenge. But he isn't ready. I can't let him perish for nothing. I returned alone to the hotel. Kurapika and Sable waited. I grew more fearful of his gaze, more guilty than I could explain. They're after the wrong person, not me, I told them. Kurapika wanted to go out for medicine to bandage me, but I stopped him. I gripped his wrist. Don't go out. This city is too dangerous. We should leave. We should stop trying to find Lyra. We should. I choked on the words. They turned into sobs. The wound in my chest, still healing, ached again. Then I heard Sable running out for gauze and medicine. I swallowed my words back. She went anyway, to help. Even though I warned it was dangerous, she went because I held Kurapika's hand. The ambulance sirens were quieter now. The peak of the incident was past. Last night, many were assassinated, politicians from conservative factions, Barato included. They were most likely killed by Illumi. On the surface, it seemed like political rivalry, but both sides suffered. I'd nearly pieced together the whole series of events. The only missing link was how Lyra, the cathedral fire, and all this tied together. How could these fragments form a complete picture? We can't leave yet. We can't leave Lyra behind. Chapter 112. It was the third day after the fire was extinguished when we learned online that the injured were in the hospital. In a VIP ward, we found Vickley with several needles in his body. His face was severely burned and nearly unrecognizable. The black and white hair in the original photo was gone, now entirely wrapped in gauze. Fortunately, the worst damage was limited to his face and left shoulder, his body otherwise unharmed. He appeared to be sleeping in pain, occasionally stirring. When we pushed the door open, the mingled scent of hospital flowers, disinfectant, and medicine filled the room, sharp and strange. Vickley awoke at the door's opening. 3 children, each under 1.5 meters tall, approached his bedside. I knocked out the bodyguards blocking the door, because it's a VIP ward, few people came in, and no one saw us except a maid who screamed and ran out. We want to ask you something. I approached him gently, introducing myself as kindly as possible. We are Lyra's friends. The smell of medicine and faint decay emanated from his body. His closed eyelids flicked open at the mention of her name. His chest heaved violently, and a tear slid down his burned face. That tear felt searing, stifling my breath. My daughter, he whispered, barely louder than a mosquito. I had hoped to learn something from him. But seeing his condition, my questions died in my throat. I glanced at Kurapika and Sable, then stepped out of the ward. Outside the hospital, Sable hurried to catch up, dragging a baseball bat. The metallic scrape on the pavement made me uneasy. "Why did you leave without saying anything?" she asked. "What about Lyra? Don't you care?" "How could I not care?" I sighed. "But look at Vickley's condition. Do you think he can answer us now? He's barely conscious. We need to wait until he's stable before asking questions." "Okay." Rarely, Sable didn't argue. She looked down, thoughtful but helpless. "Then what do we do now?" "There's always someone else to question," I said. In less than 5 minutes, we located Brutus's address. He, Vickley, and Momolai co-founded the Radical Party and the Alien Research Society as an unlimited liability company. Brutus isn't listed among the dead, he likely skipped the wedding and is still alive. We disabled the villa guard a second time that day, slipped through the garden, and crouched by an open window. Outside, violets bloomed and lacy white curtains draped the glass. Inside, a tall young man in a white suit sat at the piano, playing elegantly. His curly blonde hair tied in a low ponytail, 2 wisps of bangs swaying like whiskers. I recognized the melody, it was the song Lyra had sung. Her sweet, a cappella version lingered in my memory. Now the piano version was longer, deeper, a soulful elegy. His thin, gold-rimmed glasses reflected the light. He paused, looked up, and noticed us. "Who are you?" he asked, stunned. "Why are you in my garden?" I snapped back to reality, vaulting through the window. I pressed a roadside dagger to his neck. "Don't move," I warned. "We just want to ask questions. Answer carefully, and we'll leave you unharmed." Despite his precarious position, he remained calm. Kurapika and Sable slipped in behind me. I expected resistance, but he smiled. Gently curling his lips, he said, "Your eyes are so cold, yet aflame. Like ice under the sun, melting and evaporating, chasing the unreachable. Many deny their own existence. You're tired of the cold and seek warmth. But if you leave the sunlight, you may lose yourself." I froze, my grip faltering. He eased the knife from my hand, placing it gently on the piano, and resumed playing. "What do you want to ask? Tell me." "About Lyra. What do you know?" I asked, head lowered. "Lyra?" He both raised and softened his tone, continuing to play. His hand, illuminated, danced over the keys, a stark contrast of black and white. "Do you know why Lyra's wedding was moved up? What happened while she was captured? What exactly caused the church fire?" I rushed out all that haunted me, ignoring his cryptic speech, staring for truth. "Move up the wedding? You know that?" He closed the piano lid. A maid brought freshly brewed black tea at his signal, and he invited us to sit on a nearby sofa. "Yes." Momolai couldn't wait any longer. "Lyra can eliminate disasters, and she was cursed." He lifted the cup, inhaled, and sipped thoughtfully. "Otherwise, perhaps I'd be dead with her in the church now. I don't know if that's good or bad." He let out a sad chuckle, self-mocking. He was confessing his love for her. The church fire exceeded everyone's expectations. I don't know what secrets were involved, but I don't want to go on as before. All mistakes leave traces. We live in sin. It all began when we took the wrong path. I realized it but ignored it, never truly repented. So God punished me, taking away my most beloved. Overwhelming love is blasphemy. He paused, eyes distant. The Alien Research Society started all this. He set aside his cup, lips dry like empty porcelain. Once it began, it became uncontrollable, like a snowball rolling downhill. Even before Lyra died, I knew we couldn't escape. We were cursed. But I was too young to understand what really mattered. Alien Research Society? Sable, hearing it for the first time, asked, "What is that?" "We founded it, Vickley, Brutus, Momo Lai, and me. I was a naive child then, obsessed with the international race for our findings. I never saw that people became victims of our experiments." "Can you tell us more about it?" I asked, uneasy about the term but desperate for answers. "I'm sorry, but I won't involve myself further," he said firmly. His melancholic smile deepened. After Lyra returned, she discovered our society and its research. When I told him she was alive, hoping to comfort him, he only shook his head, voice flat, "Find more truths." But for me, truth no longer matters. The outcome can't be changed. I will spend whatever time I have trying to atone. Even though I know it's impossible, we have made too many mistakes. Chapter 113. A few days later, the riots had faded, and the city returned to its quiet ways. We finally received a call from Lyra. On the phone she said, "It seems you've nearly finished your task. I'll tell you the rest of the truth. Meet me at Cthulhu Restaurant at 7 p.m. tonight." The Ukexan municipal government had started erecting a large memorial on the hill behind the church to honor the innocent who died in the incident. At evening's hour, we arrived punctually at the restaurant. A waiter spotted us immediately and silently guided us to a booth in the corner. Instead of Lyra, we found waiting Rix, the person I'd met before. "Good evening." We sat opposite Rix. She lifted her eyelids expressionlessly. "You're punctual." She wore the same attire as our first meeting, fiery orange-red hair framing a calm, yet cold expression. The waiter poured lemonade for each of us. None of us touched the glasses. "Why are you here? Where's Lyra?" I asked directly, my patience for subtlety gone. "The eldest lady won't be coming." She loosened her grip on the glass. As she did, I noticed dense needle marks on her left elbow, the skin purple and irritated. I blinked in shock, and she spoke in a flat tone, "Because she's dead." "What?" all three of us exclaimed. "That's impossible. We just heard from her tonight, she can't be." Sable stood, trembling. I held her arm to steady her. "Provide proof before speaking." Kurapika, who'd been silent, spoke sharply. "If you joke about lives, I won't forgive you." She nodded calmly. "So I don't jest." Her gray eyes flickered, like an old gemstone catching light, and then her voice shifted. Lyra's voice emerged. "The young lady is dead." Sable burst into uncontrollable sobs. It took ages for her to calm. Her hair clung to her wet face. We waited in silence, then Rix began her explanation. The fire at Philosenia Cathedral was caused by its bride. Lyra had committed suicide. In that vast, cold villa room she found files her father forgot to erase, documents detailing the Alien Research Society's experiments on conjoined twins, mind linking, and dual brain control. Among 133 failed trials was her father's secret research. She fled, nauseous. Though aware of her father's experiments, she once believed him kind. He'd told her their work served humanity. After hours of trembling, a new resolve took hold. She contacted Pluto, another society member. Through tears and threats, she forced him to reveal everything. Learning of her father's conspiracy, she decided not to run, but to destroy the evil at its source, the Aaron family's legacy. That night she feigned obedience to the wedding plan, and feigned interest in human research to gain her father's trust. Vickley welcomed it. He'd long intended for her to join the society and succeed him. He explained the wedding was urgent, Lyra was cursed by the experiments, and only a sacrificial union could cleanse her karmic fate. Lyra pretended to submit, then requested Pluto invite all society members to the wedding under some pretense. Vickley agreed. Because she couldn't leave the mansion easily, Rix handled arrangements at the church. She'd been Lyra's bodyguard and attendant, ready to obey unless it endangered Lyra or disobeyed Vickley. But when Rix learned Lyra knew of the experiments and wedding's true purpose, she switched allegiance, betraying her master to stay loyal to Lyra. I was the monitor assigned by master, present for nearly everything, Rix said after sipping lemonade. She recounted that days before, during Sable's protest at Arryn Mansion, Lyra learned of Sable's involvement. That night, she sent Rix to Sable's location, retrieved her phone, perhaps to ensure she could reach them one last time. Sable asked with tear-filled voice, "She knocked me out? If so, why did she? Why was that our last meeting?" Rix explained softly, "Lyra returned quickly to protect them all, maybe she wanted one last sight of Sable, even if unspoken." I stroked Sable's back, struggling to find words of comfort. This all felt surreal, like a distant fairy tale, like words detached from reality. But we knew, she was gone, forever, even if she'd never truly been ours. We learned the ending: the church blaze consumed the Alien Research Society's core members, and Lyra perished in its searing flames. The inferno turned everything to dust, a purifying atonement for sins. Her final words on the phone: freedom signified complete liberation. Black to white, black choking black. On the wedding day, Rix had planned to destroy the Society's records at Arryn Mansion. But a rogue thief group, later known as the Phantom Troop, broke in, stole Vickley's antiques, and blew up the house. They didn't intend destruction, just the collections. The guards resisted, Rix explained. A group of thieves? Kurapika frowned. Rix nodded. The Phantom Troop. My heart sank. I noted Kurapika's unease and grasped his shoulder and wrist. Stay calm. I am, he replied, brushing off my hand, his voice low and rough. Did you meet anyone from the brigade? Yes. Rix confirmed. They caused the explosion at Arryn Mansion. They're currently in Ukexon, right? She paused before continuing. They were responsible. But they've left Ukexon, she added. How do you know? Asked Kurapika. We made contact, a transaction. What kind of deal? I can't explain that. Are you brigade? Kurapika probed. Of course not. I told you, I'm Arryn's attendant. Silence fell as they stared across the table. Kurapika sighed at last, as if releasing a held breath. What did they look like? What do you know of the brigade? I only saw a scar-faced man, the one who caused the explosion. We dealt online. They left the next day. Our lemonade empty, answers nearly exhausted. As we left, Kurapika went to buy ice cream. I pulled Rix aside and confronted her. They didn't leave, you lied. Why? To protect you, she replied matter-of-factly. If he'd known the Phantom Troop remained in Ukexon, it would have brought irreversible harm to you all. Look at him, you know why. Protect me. But why? She met my gaze with silvery eyes narrowing to black pupils. Because Master said wolves are strong in packs, they help each other. Her wild gaze gave me a primal sense, we're the same kind. From across the street, Kurapika reappeared, ice cream in hand. Neon lights in shops flickered, pedestrians passed. In that crowded place, I felt both forgotten and connected, lost in an ordinary yet surreal city. Yet he crossed toward me without hesitation. Ukexon is a prosperous yet ordinary city. We all live some dreamy trance here, strange, lonely, dreamlike, and yet, utterly mundane. Chapter 114. The change of seasons often happens in the blink of an eye. After this incident, Kurapika and I left Yokashin and resumed our journey to continue exploring this vast, new world. We traveled through countries both large and small, witnessing all kinds of scenery, from deserts to glaciers, from dense forests to untouched wilderness. At the northernmost point of the world, immense white creatures, reminiscent of Ice Age mammoths, roamed. Their massive tusks could drill through ice and shatter icebergs. We encountered screaming glaciers, colorful ice caves, and psychedelic skies. There, when scalding bubble water froze midair, it became a light, fragile ice sphere that crashed to the ground with a sharp pop. In the desert, we tread soft yellow sands beneath a scorching sun that cracked our skin. We endured the brutal day-to-night temperature swings and braved untold hardships searching for an oasis. That small utopia in the desert granted us infinite solace and wonder. In the dense jungle, colorful parrots screeched overhead, poisonous insects lurked everywhere, and venomous pythons slithered in the underbrush. Even wild animals dared not venture far. Towering trees tens of meters high, with leaves larger than a person, formed a thick canopy, blocking out sunlight for days, even weeks, making it feel like an endless, inverted night. Here, life thrived at staggering size and speed. One fruit from a bush could feed 2 people for 3 meals. I often forgot I came from another world, lost in the awe and freedom this one offered. Yes, I'd lost something irrevocably, but gained so much more. I learned to accept fate calmly and cherish the present moment. In truth, we all excel at forgetting. Sable joined William's troupe on my recommendation, and that's when Kurapika and I first met Lizzie. We'd been unaware of Sable's theatrical talent until then. I once saw her perform as Medea. Compared to the original's violent betrayal, her rendition conveyed devotion twisted into jealous rage. Afterward, she told me she understood the freedom Lizzie pursued and no longer resented her loss. After all, Lizzie had saved her, freeing her from her curse. Both obtained the freedom they craved, and in any case the ending felt perfect, except that no one sang for her during that near-perfect performance. Because, as I always say, true perfection always lacks something. I know she won't remain sad forever, but a fond nostalgia will linger. We've all changed in the past few years and grown up a lot. I'm no longer that 1.3 m child, now I'm nearly 1.5 m tall. Kurapika has grown much taller too, I still have to stand tiptoe to meet his eyes. The baby fat has faded from his face, giving way to sharper features and a more heroic aura. His nose has straightened, his eyes, once round, are now defined and angular. He carries a calm perseverance that makes me tease him. If you looked like this back home, you'd be a star in a talent show with millions of fans. He always scoffs, I'm not interested in that kind of thing. In hindsight, it must have been the happiest time of my life, peaceful, complete, seemingly endless, as if time had frozen. Yet those years were fleeting flashes in memory. Does the past truly exist? Only our memories, etched into our souls, attest to its reality. Not as tangible as the present, not as unknown as the future, it quietly lingers. After 2 years of travel, Kurapika and I returned to Salopez, the city of my earliest memories. The past felt like sleeping giants in colossal eons, awakened only by our footsteps. That's when I realized how many stories we'd already lived. We strolled slowly down familiar streets. I asked Kurapika, remember here? We watched our first movie, about a doll cursed by a witch, made of human skin. You were so calm the whole time. You, a 13-year-old kid, sitting still as adults screamed. He laughed. I protested, what? I'm brave. Sure, right, he teased. Remember the mall? I continued. You bought so many books and fabrics after we bumped into that burly guy, I laughed, remembering discovering his talent for tailoring. I've worn many of his creations over the years. And that clockwork toy shop, remember the little dancer in the red dress? I asked. He once surprised me with a music box, so sweet and thoughtful. I felt things settle in my heart that day. The little ghost I welcomed had the biggest heart. Now he's grown, no longer my ghost to command, even though he still pretends not to like ice cream. Hey, don't interrupt, I laughed. Look, the jewelry store where I wasted money on earrings. Remember it was snowing that day, right after I recovered from a coma. He flinched. You're strong now, I teased. Next time it happens, it's your turn to protect me. And the airport, see, they renovated it. That first solo airship ride for the Hunter exam. We called every day to check on each other. You helped untangle a knot in my heart. What about this alley? He asked. You mean Vera? I paused. I vaguely remember. You mean when I met Amber? I mentally corrected it. I recalled feeling lost, confused, maybe even close to fainting in the cold street. If not for Kurapika, I'd have perished. Vera should have saved me then. She was still active back that day, though I haven't seen her for 6 months. We continued to the suburban home we once shared. Race to see who cleans first. I challenged. The loser takes on the dirty house after 2 years. It was a jumble of nostalgia and homecoming. After teasing and reminiscing, we arrived at Ilumi's old villa. More than 2 years had passed. New families had moved in, cars lined the driveways, and gardens filled the yards, some grown from the seeds Kurapika and I had planted. Welcome back. A familiar voice called. My heart leapt. I looked up to see our lovely but eccentric neighbor, Eudopia, giving a playful salute with her hand by her cheek. Eudopia? Kurapika recognized her first. He approached, arms leaning on the railing, blue eyes warm. Welcome back. She greeted us with a bag brimming with oranges. We thanked her, and wondered aloud how she got so many all season. We slipped back into that peaceful routine, cooking and reading together every day, gardening, cleaning, watching TV and playing games when bored. We stocked up on all the latest game consoles. Through practice, I even improved my gaming skills considerably. On weekdays, as the stay-at-home girl, I'd lie on the sofa watching everything: news reports, documentaries, violent movies and dramas, anime. Sometimes I'd nap mid-show and awaken to find Kurapika quietly beside me, reading. That simple comfort dizzyingly warmed me, and made me want to stay just like that forever. That's how we bridged each other's gaps, making life less chaotic, less empty. Occasionally, friends from our travels sent greetings or parcels from faraway lands. We studied combat techniques together, refining each other's strengths. And suddenly, he was 16, I was 14. Though mentally I felt over 20, the onset of my first period still shocked me. In a body I thought I knew, I felt new again, strange and fresh. Years later, I stood before the mirror in my bedroom, once crowded with dolls, and barely recognized myself. My taller height, developing chest, lean yet toned muscles, all spoke of youthful grace. But my eyes, keener, sharper, almost blade-like, were still unsettlingly calm. They were adult eyes grafted onto a girl's frame, as though sprayed with a cold, murderous perfume. I stared, and laughed at the creepiness. Once, I never imagined growing up in this body, in this world where I shouldn't exist. Chapter 115. After the trip, we lived peacefully in Salopez for about half a year. As autumn waned and winter approached, the air grew colder. Once this winter passed, Kurapika would turn 17. We agreed that upon reaching 18, he would sit for the Hunter exam, then his revenge could officially begin. I planned to start teaching him Nen after the new year. His mindset had matured, and I believed he could now control this power through reason. Kurapika is exceptionally smart and talented, mastering Nen will come easier to him than to most. During his journey of vengeance, I would stand by him, cautioning him against being consumed by hatred. We both have something worth protecting, and it would sustain us through this time. When autumn ended, December arrived. We prepared for Christmas and the new year. Though Christmas was a tradition I'd brought from my world, neither of us minded adding another reason to celebrate. Sitting before the fireplace, I learned to knit red Christmas stockings just like Kurapika did. I asked if he still sought revenge, and he nodded resolutely. His gaze was so firm it could shatter rock. I'd secretly wished he might waver, but I already knew the answer. Even so, hearing it left my long-held anxiety suddenly released. In the following days, I began to reveal bits about Nen, more testing than teaching. I asked what he would choose if granted a powerful ability capable of destroying the Phantom Troop, at great personal cost. What would he choose? Kurapika, tinkering with our new rocking chair, paused. He set down the screwdriver, cupped my face gently, and spoke with calm conviction. In fact, we've already discussed this, I told you. No matter what happens, as long as you're by my side, I won't give up on myself. That moment, conflicting relief and dread washed over me in equal measure. On Christmas Eve, I was outside sweeping snow while Kurapika fetched a tree. The day was bright, pale winter sun overhead. I wore bare-paw gloves and a stifling gray plaid scarf. Expecting him back soon, I delayed cooking. After so long together, it felt unfair to force him into chores unassisted, and besides, he'd stopped mixing salt and sugar into his dishes, so I trusted him more in the kitchen. As dusk approached, I shoved the broom into the final mound of snow, clapped my gloved hands, and headed inside, just as I sensed something off. A discordant presence, a murderous intent drifting through the street. My telepathy sprang to attention. I looked toward the source, saw nothing, and dismissed it as paranoia. Then, a shadow rushed up behind me. A strong arm clamped a handkerchief over my mouth and nose. The world wavered, then spun. I felt my attacker lift me, and everything went dark. I awoke in a blackened cell, like a torture chamber. The walls were pitch black, candles flickering along them. My eyes ached with a white-hot pain as I struggled to see. Before my vision cleared, a basin of icy water splashed over my face. Finally awake, a cold male voice said. The shock of the water scrambled my senses. I recalled waiting for Kurapika, fetching a Christmas tree, then it hit me, I'd been kidnapped. I tried to speak but my mouth had been sealed with thick tape. Panic rose as I realized I was chained to a cross-shaped apparatus, crucifixion pose. A burly man strolled in, lit a cigarette, and sat, exhaling smoke. The order was to kill you, any way necessary, he murmured, leaning over. Cover your mouth, keep you silent, and you won't escape. He flicked ash, and smirked. Everything you experience next is my doing. You can hate me for it. He pulled out a folding knife. My blood ran cold. First he severed my right index finger. I heard it hit the floor, worse than any scream. Then he announced a poison had been administered with no antidote, effective in 10 days. One by one, he removed my fingers. I thrashed and screamed, but my body wouldn't obey, perhaps drugged. I tasted blood as I bit down and tears stung my cheeks. He watched, twitching with frenzy, and finally left me alone. Guards entered. I tried to summon Nen, but the drug immobilized me. I couldn't summon strength or my aura. I was powerless. Fragments of memory overwhelmed me, a white-coat man, crying girl, a toppled money jar, children bleeding, a massive stone door, and Kurapika, a blond boy, calling to me. I longed to hug him, to be saved. But I realized he went to fetch the tree. He must have noticed my absence by now. A prick on my arm jolted me back, a doctor was injecting something. My amputated fingers had scabbed. I drifted in and out of consciousness. The burly man returned, cigar in hand. Don't worry, he sneered. The drug just keeps you around. Dying fast is boring. He crushed the butt underfoot. Days, or was it nights, passed. No food, no water, only drugs and pain. A maid occasionally cleaned me. I felt worse than dead. My amputations continued, hands, feet, legs, each time a doctor staunched bleeding so I wouldn't die. Yet, the man's hobby seemed to be living dismemberment. The pain, the confusion, grew into a dull, permanent haze. He sawed through my thighs, even an ear, until one day, he decided I'd become too weak to linger, but still, he played with me, putting a knife to my neck on a chair. He seemed to relish the slow terror. I prayed, bracing myself for death. My pleas were for Kurapika, that he'd be safe. That if I died, maybe I'd meet him again. But if he saw me now, he wouldn't recognize the monster I'd become. Then I heard shouting outside, shuffling feet, voices. A figure burst in, golden hair ablaze in the dim cell. He ran to me with panic and urgency. The last thing I saw were his green, forest-clear eyes. Before the world went still. Chapter 116. I am dead, or rather, I should have been dead. What woke me was the alarm clock early Thursday morning. I habitually reached under my pillow for my phone and swiftly switched it off. Downstairs came the sizzling of my mother's cooking and the clang of pots and pans. I sat up, dizzy enough to want to vomit. "Don't sleep. Come downstairs for breakfast," my mother's hoarse voice called. I looked at my hands and the pale pink nightgown on my body. A strange sense of rebellion flared up. I threw off the soft quilt and walked out of the room barefoot. My steps creaked on the wooden floor, the narrow, steep staircase, sunlight through the window, the smell of food, all felt enveloped in a reassuring bubble. I limped to the bathroom, gripping the sink edge, and stared at myself in the mirror. The girl looking back had healthy, golden-tinted skin from the sun, her black hair was bedraggled and fell past her elbows. Her eyes were cold and steady, with eyelids turning up at the corners. I looked at this reflection as though meeting a stranger. One of our two cats padded into the bathroom, yawned, stared at me, meowed twice, then wagged its tail and walked away, seeming to say good morning. On the table, a cup of warm milk and fried rice with snow peas and corn waited. Reflexively, I tied my long hair back, but the motion felt alien. I sat down and picked up heavy black chopsticks. Each bite of snow pea echoed with a distant, mismatched memory. "What are you staring at, Amber?" My father tapped my forehead and joked, "The milk's warm, I added sugar. Drink it before it cools off." His words struck something deep inside me. I began to sob while chewing rice. Tears fell as I choked. My parents froze in shock, but I desperately continued eating. I must have forgotten something vital and precious. It surpassed their love, surpassed me, surpassed anything else beautiful in my life. After packing my bag, I walked to the door. My father held me in a nostalgic hug, smelling of pine wood, warm and calm. I inhaled deeply, smiled, and said, "I'm okay." It felt like a long dream. I walked into the schoolyard, cement underfoot, and entered the classroom. Students chatted animatedly about last month's test. I hovered at the door until a classmate pushed past and smiled at me. The scents, the desks, the handwriting, they all confirmed this was my life. I found my seat, noticing my messy books, Chinese papers, and the diaries I'd scribbled and absent-mindedly. I sat, breath softening, and ran my fingers over a treasured book covered in dust. I opened it, it bore my name, written in neat pen, Lynn Amber. "Hey." The girl beside me tapped my shoulder. "Good morning, Amber. Daydreaming? Sleep well?" I looked up to see a girl with short brown hair and round glasses. "Morning, Jai," I replied. Soon the head teacher entered, and we began morning reading. The words felt familiar yet strange, but I still pronounced them perfectly. A subtle shift in me left me dazed. Morning passed into classes. Everything felt distant, as though I'd returned from a long absence into a hollow shell. I felt a piece of my soul missing and my heart hollow. Couldn't focus, I kept searching for what I'd lost. That dream. It felt ancient, far away. Yet now it was over, and I'd returned to my real world. School days resumed, friends, chats, play. My friends noted how quiet and calm I'd become. I shrugged and said I didn't know why. Soon the next exams came. Seat assignments changed randomly. I lost my seat next to Jai and ended up next to a boy I barely knew. Silent in class, he slept. After class, he dashed off to play basketball. I stayed in my daze, summoned reluctantly to join the girls at the bathroom. I returned to this ordinary life, dull, but not painful. Still, I clung to the missing piece of my memories. Then came finals, followed by 15 days of makeup classes, and a summer holiday that barely existed. I sat in the back row, corner seat, without a desk mate. In front of me was the quiet boy who read extracurricular books daily. The teacher confiscated his volumes multiple times. Each time I glanced past his hunched figure toward the blackboard, an inexplicable ache gripped me. Then summer arrived. With piles of homework I couldn't bring myself to open, I spent my vacation holed up in my room, reading novels and eating ice cream. Our house wasn't large, but I loved my wastrel attic with its skylight. It felt like escaping the city, touching the night sky. No door blocked the stairwell. My parents respected my privacy. I preferred solitude, I avoided noise and crowds. Even with friends, I chose to be alone. A persistent, inexplicable frustration lingered, no one seemed quite right by my side. Longing for loneliness had become natural. In the evenings, I'd walk downstairs alone. I couldn't walk my cat, but there was a big bookstore beneath us, my frequent refuge. I'd wander the aisles, selecting novels to take home. At night I'd sit outside under the moon, swinging alone. Until one day. That day I wandered into the bookstore again and spotted a shelf of comics, faint with smell and dust mingling like an ancient perfume. A row of comics beckoned. Guided by fate, I advanced as though possessed. On a side cover, English letters read Hunter x Hunter. I impulsively grabbed a volume. The blonde boy on the cover, Kurapika, looked back at me. Tears streamed down my face. And in that moment, all the images, those vivid, forgotten scenes, flooded back, perfectly intact. Chapter 117. I always dream of such a scene in my dreams. Flocks of pigeons took off from the sky. I stood on the top of the tall white tower, and I couldn't see anyone. The sky was a light blue, but there were many stars gathered in the daytime. Then an invisible hand approached me and pushed me down from the top of the tower. Every time this happens, I wake up from my dream crying. During that time, my mood swings were too severe. My eyes were always swollen and I couldn't sleep all night. Under the faint moonlight, I stroked the boy's face outlined with black ink lines on the rough paper countless times at night. I don't understand how to explain everything in the past, but the only thing I know is that this is not a false fantasy, and this is not a dream that will break and disappear when I wake up. I bought the complete comic book called Hunter, only to find out that the protagonist was a hedgehog-headed little boy named Demi who had nothing to do with me. In the past, I had never read any story with such concentration and devotion, but only this time, every stroke of the pen and every line of the words in the picture repeatedly struck my heart like a pendulum swinging. The three-dimensional time and space I once lived in suddenly became a comic book flat on paper, becoming fixed lines, framing my endless thoughts and memories. So I forgot to eat and sleep, and cried day and night while reading comics. I saw that everything I once knew was still moving forward in a time and space where I did not exist. The story began on December 30, 1998, when Kurapika was on the deck of a sailboat heading to Port Doray, leaning against it and thinking quietly. I was locked up in that interrogation room on December 23, 1998, and died within about 10 days. All these nodes were so consistent that it was hard to doubt. After I disappeared, he went to the Hunter exam alone. Even though he never mentioned my name in the comics, my strong intuition kept telling me that this was the true epitome of everything that happened in that world, because I found that he was wearing the ruby earring on his left ear that I had almost never taken off since I bought it. I am sincerely grateful to Gon, Killua, and Leorio for their help and companionship with Kurapika. During my absence, he was able to remain as cheerful and calm as before. At the same time, I am also relieved that he has such important companions, because in the past such things rarely entered my imagination of his future. I saw his performance in the hunter test, which was even more perfect than I had originally guessed. It turned out that he already had the ability to deal with these difficulties. Even if he had not yet learned the ability of Nen, he still had the qualifications to become a professional hunter. The previous agreements and restrictions were just because I was too worried when I was close to him. I couldn't help but miss him. I regretted that I couldn't pay more attention and be more vigilant. But I was also glad that the person who saw my tragic death in the last moment before I died was not him. Fortunately, but also regretfully. Later, I finished reading all the comics and anime of Hunter. In the relatively vivid and dynamic scenes of the anime, his voice, appearance and smile overlapped clearly in my mind with the boy in my memory. His every look, every word, his smile, and the trajectory of his soft hair swinging, everything was so real, but so illusory. I seemed to be living in a world that was both real and fake, but I was overwhelmed by real emotions countless times until I was suffocated and annihilated. I can't stand this kind of powerlessness and the long distance of watching the fire from the other side of the river. But there is one thing I cannot deny: if I had not been able to look at and ponder this story from the perspective of an outsider one day, I would not have expected that there had been so many coincidences and connections between us. It turns out that most of the various people who have appeared around me are related to each other. Illumi's younger brother, the white-haired kid who dragged me to play games in the Sky Arena, has unknowingly grown into such a strong boy and has become one of Kurapika's most important companions. I am glad that he, Illumi, has retained his last bit of rationality, and glad that he doesn't seem so lonely even if he leaves me. I am glad but also worried, because this is because of his kind heart that is hard to change. It is armor, but also a weak spot. I was both angry and understanding that Hisoka revealed the information about the brigade to Kurapika just for his own fun and secretly fueled the situation. He already knew what kind of relationship Kurapika and I had, but he still pretended to be an outsider to secretly disrupt the situation, because even if he knew all this, it would not affect any action he wanted to take. I know that he is just like this. The blood flowing from my fingertips condensed into cold chains and fell to the bottom of the lake. He learned the power of mind, and the thing I was most worried about still happened. I don't know if I was there at the time. If I was the one who taught him how to learn Nen, then the ending would be different, and we would have walked a less sad path. But I didn't, and I can't, because all of this is just my assumption. I left that land, I didn't keep my promise to stay by his side, and he didn't maintain the balance between hatred and power as he promised me at the beginning. It was not until the story told in the comics that the price of controlling time with the flaming eyes completely broke my heart. How could he spend a whole hour of his life in exchange for just 1 second of activation time? How could he remain unconscious with the flaming eyes on for more than 5 hours? He clearly promised me that he would protect himself both physically and mentally. I was helpless and almost collapsed. I could not have expected that everything he experienced in the future would bring him such heavy pain and despair. But we are separated forever, separated by a barrier that cannot be crossed no matter what. The distance between us, the distance between worlds. Prayers no longer work. No matter how hard I beg the gods, no luck or miracles happen. I want to see him. I don't want to let him waste his life and everything like this. I want him to have an ordinary but happy future, just like we have talked about countless times. Time flies, and it passes in a flash in the muddled summer. In the blink of an eye, the summer vacation is over. My classmates were all surprised at the changes I had experienced in this short vacation. My skin color seemed to be pale due to not seeing the sun for a long time and a change in my mentality. My temperament changed completely, and my eyes were cold and calm, like a killer without emotion and unshakable. No one in the real world has seen a person with eyes like mine, but there is nothing to celebrate, just expected. In such a conventional world, what I have experienced and endured has long exceeded the boundaries of ethics and law. Gradually, I also felt that those who used to enjoy playing and joking with me began to become somewhat distant from me, and even the elders looked at me with a hint of unwarranted fear, as if they would be killed in the next second if they angered me. But I couldn't change myself. Only the boy who loved reading in front of me turned around one day and asked me, "Why do you always look so sad?" "Because I have lost the most important thing to me, I am no longer fit to stay in this world." I felt sorry to my parents for my condition, and I did everything I could for them, but they did not blame me for my sudden change. They remained the same as always, accepting all of me with an optimistic and gentle attitude. For a long time, their gentleness was the last straw that supported me. Only when I chatted with them could I be briefly redeemed from my sadness. Then, by accident, I discovered some other methods that seemed to have the same effect as the gentle healing of my parents, all the thrills and excitement of the game. Roller coasters or bungee jumping could no longer satisfy my fanatical psychological demands. I craved all kinds of extraordinary stimulation. I felt like a checkers player who lives within the rules and does not follow the rules, like the only madman among a group of normal people. At the same time, I don't know if it was the karmic debt I brought back from another world, but I found that my physical fitness and various physical qualities had improved dramatically. At first, I liked to take slow walks on the rooftop fence. On the roof of the school's main building, there is a terrace with a broken lock. Few people know about this place, so it has become my exclusive place. Every evening after dark, I would come to this place alone, climb up the fence, try to maintain my balance, and then pace back and forth. The fence is a narrow cylindrical iron fence with a slippery surface. I needed to take off my shoes and socks to stand barefoot. Such a dangerous thing has become one of the most important ways for me to pass the time. In addition, I often appeared in the streets near the highway on the outskirts of the city, and then quietly climbed onto the back of a giant truck that stopped at a red light and hitchhiked back to the city. Sometimes I would climb down from the second floor along the wall or drainpipe in an empty classroom, but I often failed, and in the end mostly reached the first and a half floor and had to jump down. In the rock climbing competition held during the school sports meet, I won first place without any suspense. However, I did not go on stage to receive the award at the award ceremony because I had already sneaked out of school and gone fishing at a pond dozens of kilometers away from the school. Teachers and parents rarely came to discipline me, and some strange rumors about me began to spread in the school. But in my opinion, those things were so insignificant that they seemed to have nothing to do with me. I didn't care what others said, or I didn't know what they said. Although the girls who were my friends gradually became distant from me, they were not completely strangers to me. They still chatted about some gossip around me from time to time, until one day, I suddenly realized that the gazes they gave me were not filled with boredom or fear, but more of an indescribable awe. Of course, I also made mistakes while doing these dangerous things. Once, when I was trying parkour like before, I almost fell off the roof because of an unstable landing. Fortunately, the chimney next to the building stopped me, leaving only a scab on my neck that disappeared in more than 20 days. Twice, I fell off the fence of the roof because I lost my balance. Only once did I fall onto the roof by chance, and the other time I reacted in time and grabbed the wall at the edge of the roof before falling. Another time, I accidentally lost my grip on the truck and fell off its back. Fortunately, I still had the physical memory of my training and was able to master the landing posture well, so I was not seriously injured on the spot, and I had the energy to run to the side of the road before the next car came and hit me. That time, my ankle and knee were sprained, and I had to rest for nearly 2 months before I could walk normally again. There were also several times when I was reported for doing something too dangerous, and each time I was almost taken back to the police station for criticism and education. In the end, I escaped from their sirens with my fearless spirit. Although I never thought about it and never understood why I did these seemingly inexplicable things. Apart from the time of adventure, I would rewatch the anime and manga of Hunter over and over again. I really want to know why the story of that world is presented in this way in this world, who is the author of this manga, the man named Yoshihiro Togashi, and why he knows these things that happened in the future. I tried to write letters and send emails to Jump Company in Japan, but I didn't receive any response. I checked all the relevant information I could get on the internet, but still found nothing. Sometimes, I am confused about what I have done so far for. Is what I am pursuing really just a long illusion I have experienced in the past, or is it really just a real and absurd dream that I created involuntarily? The only belief that keeps me going is Kurapika. He has left an undeniable mark in my life, and his real and amazing existence. The blue sea is calm and there is a path to the fairyland. Chapter 118. Later, winter came. It was the first snow that day. I vaguely remember that in this world, there are many beautiful legends about the first snow, but I have no intention of delving into them. The girls wearing scarves always have a beautiful vision of life. Then, when I looked out the window, I realized that I had been back here for more than half a year without noticing, and I was gradually able to adapt to this ordinary, uneventful life. My spirit seemed to have died in the past, and almost nothing could surprise or move me. I was like a true bystander, watching the human world with cold eyes, with nothing but the sadness forever rooted in my heart. The memories weren't forgotten, but the past was drifting farther away from me. Speaking of the past, I recall that I spent 4 consecutive winters with Kurapika. 2 of those winters were spent at Ilumi's house, and we would light the fireplace every time the snow fell. It was chaotic but peaceful, a place so distant I could only recreate it over and over again in memory. I went downstairs with my classmates to play snowballs. They screamed with joy, their youthful smiles full of vigor and vitality. Then, unconsciously, I also laughed softly, but I clearly felt that some things could never be returned. During the last evening self-study session before winter vacation, I once again went to the rooftop, which was covered with a thick layer of snow because few people had ever been there. The wind swept some snow against the wall. I walked slowly toward the fence, listening quietly to the crunch of my soles crushing the snowflakes. Then, I climbed the fence without taking off my shoes. The railings, frozen by the snow, were slippery and cold. I didn't sense danger and moved a few steps carefully. Then, a sudden cold gust struck, my body trembled violently several times, and finally I slipped and fell off the roof. At that moment, I finally understood that, in a sense, this was what I had been pursuing all along. In a sense, I finally achieved final liberation. There is an ancient story called Dream of Mulberry Trees, which tells of Iji, who dreamed of a mulberry tree growing out of a well and died at the age of 48, as the dream foretold. Ever since I heard that story, I've always felt my name meant to live toward death. I died again, and then woke up to find myself sitting in a ruin overgrown with weeds. I could vaguely see gray bones scattered among the rubble. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I had returned to the hunter world. I suspected I would return after death, and now I am here again. Apart from training, I had no choice but to verify this. I feel guilty for abandoning the people who love me in the other world, but something in me knows this is my place. My destiny is here. I must return. And here I am. The smell of soil and air feels different from the other world. Returning here, I naturally feel a sense of peace, as if slipping into my mother's arms. I stood and brushed dust from my pants. The overly thick winter clothes didn't suit this season here. I am truly blessed and grateful to be alive. I searched the ruins and found my cell phone, though it no longer worked. From the rusted iron, I realized this was the interrogation room where I'd been dismembered, built in such an isolated, helpless wilderness. After a moment, I found the earring I lost and the ruby necklace that Keto gave me. I hadn't expected the necklace I couldn't remove before would come off like this. Only now did I remember that Gale and Demi were both members of the brigade. Spider Brain was their nickname. and the boss he referred to was Brigade Leader Krilo Lucifer. I realized I already had many connections with troop members. Once, I'd been in the same vehicle with Kurapika and Gale. Fortunately, then, aside from me, they didn't know each other's identities, and no one recognized anyone. I suddenly recalled Kito's ending, and an indescribable emotion surged in my heart. Though it wasn't hard for me to kill other troop members psychologically, what I learned from Vera about the troop in the comics made me feel uncontrollable hatred. This hatred doesn't stem from a poor sense of justice, because in this world, there is no absolute right or wrong. I hate them solely because of the harm they caused Kurapika. The biggest reason I want to return here is to save Kurapika, just as we promised countless times. Sometimes I feel my essence aligns with the mainstream of this world, or even with the troop. If I must explain, the only difference is I won't kill innocents at will. But we all care only about what matters most to us. The only ones who make me hesitate are Gale and Demi. I don't understand, are they really my enemies? I put on my earring, stored the ruby necklace and the small stone I'd regained through my wishing ability. Then I wished for a new outfit suitable for the season and the latest phone model, because I remembered that when Kurapika and the others met at Vera's, phones in this world had many new functions. At the same time, I restored my old phone's functions and casually checked nearly 1,000 unread messages. Almost all were from Kurapika, anxious concerns and pleas from the day I disappeared through yesterday, without pause. My nose stung and my eyes burned. The date on the phone screen read August 16, 1999. Realizing it was only August, and that everything at Vera's hadn't happened yet, I understood I still had a chance to change things. I felt a surge of excitement that nearly stole my breath. I calmed myself and silently recalled everything that would unfold. I knew the direction of events and the abilities of every brigade member. I needed strong arguments and countermeasures. I must protect Kurapika and stop him from using the ability that cost him his life. Another thought struck me: it took over 8 months to return here, and 8 months had passed there, too. Time seems to move equally in both worlds. I ended my internal planning and opened my phone, eager to contact Kurapika and assure him I was safe. Amid the rustling weeds, I typed in his number with steady fingers. But just as I was about to press call, a voice sounded behind me. In such a wilderness, that familiar voice startled me beyond belief. "I really didn't expect you to be alive. I saw your head get severed and roll on the ground. I came here because of Maggie's intuition, and the sudden movement of a necklace that shouldn't have moved." Looking at the blond boy with green eyes before me, I recalled the last glimpse I had of him moments before I died over 8 months ago. He looked stronger than before, his eyes filled with surprise and sorrow. I'd never seen such an expression on a Kito before. He stepped slowly toward me, and, as he had long ago, reached out and touched the top of my head. "The last time I saw you, I barely recognized you. This time I see you've grown a lot taller," he said. I looked at him sadly, emotions swirling in my heart. His hand slid down my face, and he leaned closer, his voice barely audible. "Sorry, the captain asked me to bring you back." I froze, but it was too late to resist. The antenna of the devil's wings pierced the side of my neck. I could no longer control my body. Kito picked up the items I dropped and struck me hard on the back of the neck, knocking me out. Chapter 119. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that whenever I was in the hunter world, I basically spent my time in a cycle of unconscious awakening unconscious. To comfort myself, I understood this was a negative buff from my wishing ability, though I only used it in emergencies. When I woke at the brigade's base camp, I saw a group of very familiar people. I looked at them one by one. Phaeton, I met him at Statue Park, Finks, Demi, Kubi, Franklin, Gale, and Krilo Lucifer, who was sitting in the corner reading the Bible. It turns out his inverted cross isn't just a gimmick, he's actually interested in Christianity. Kito was the first to notice I was awake. I found myself thrown on the floor, hands tied, mouth unsealed. They must not know my ability yet. Amber, you're awake. Seeing me struggle to sit up, Keto hurried over and helped me up. I leaned against the wall, pursed my lips, and muttered, "Long time no see. What day is it today?" August 17th. You've slept less than a day. Krilo Lucifer closed his book, stood, and walked toward me. His charming smile, just like when he deceived the Noser family's eldest daughter Nyan, sent a chill down my spine. "I never thought I'd be so unlucky as to be caught by you right after surviving," I said unhappily. "You seem to harbor quite a grudge against me." Krilo Lucifer smiled kindly, kneeling before me. He was more gentle than I'd ever seen. But there's always arsenic in honey. His kindness only made me more vigilant. The brigade has people who read memories, Keto has his system, and Krilo Lucifer can steal abilities. I'm a fat sheep in a wolf's den. If they control me, the consequences will be grave. But I don't want to escape, at least, not yet. "Where are we now?" I asked, ignoring him. "Ukexen," he answered. "As I expected, it's close to my destination, meaning less trouble for me. I suppose you already know much about us, the Phantom Troop, so I'll spare the introductions. Do you remember the necklace Keto gave you on my behalf? Its main function was to let me locate you. Bringing you here is simple. I know you're not an ordinary child. I'm very interested in your abilities." He untied the hemp rope binding my wrists. "Of course I'm not ordinary," I replied wildly. "I'm 15, a girl, not a child." Krilo Lucifer laughed and stood. I eyed him warily. "Why untie me? Aren't you afraid I'll run?" "Don't be," he said. "My team is here. I don't think you'll escape." The Ukexen auction starts September 1, and they arrived half a month early. Once freed, I wandered the room. I didn't hurry to leave. Kurapika wasn't in Ukexen yet. I didn't want to flee and be hunted, and Vera wasn't here yet, so I wouldn't reveal my Nen ability. They must think I can't break out by force. Phaeton, small yet deadly when enraged, watches. Soon, when I refuse to unseal my Nen, Krilo Lucifer may order torture, but I'm not worried about that. What distracts me more is a small but persistent thought: why is Pagnodin so kind, without even harming cats, yet so cold and ruthless in killing humans? Are people of Meteor City really worth less than stray animals? Then there's another question: who were the people who kidnapped me 8 months ago? How did they know I had to speak to activate my ability? Later, I found a moment to ask Keto. I asked why he knew I was there, why he thought I was in danger, and whether he knew who had arrested me. He said he'd later look into their identities but found nothing. He traced me via the necklace's location, and guessed I was in danger because Illumi reported me missing. When he arrived, I'd been tortured beyond recognition. Overcome, he killed everyone there. I couldn't help joking. I'd never seen Keto angry. Did he go berserk? Phaeton, eavesdropping on us, laughed wickedly. He said Keto was so furious he accidentally pierced himself with his own antennaed system. If it had been him, he would have tortured them one by one until they died. I got goosebumps from Phaeton's murderous presence. Keto retorted it wasn't a mistake. I asked what would happen if his system's antenna pierced him. He thought briefly, smiled cheerfully, and said, "It doesn't matter. I'll kill all I want, but that won't change that I can't save those I want to save." We fell silent. I won't mention other members, I barely know them. Demi joined the Phantom Troop 5 years ago and didn't take part in the Kurta massacre, so he doesn't count. The only one I can't, or dare not, consider deeply is Keto. I don't want to turn against him. I don't want to kill him. Over the next few days, I quietly observed the troop in this abandoned building. Except for Krilo Lucifer, Franklin, and Kubi, who were often away, everyone else stayed to watch me and rarely left. After these days, I finally understood why Lucifer brought me here. He wants me as a reserve member. I asked why. Since he could control me many ways, he chose this inefficient lock me up and do nothing approach. He said he didn't want to control me, he wanted me to join willingly. Demi remembered me, and Gale, Finks, and Phaeton were shocked. Long ago, I met Hisoka and her on an airship over a missing necklace. We played cards all night, and she recommended a book, Spartan Warrior. Except for me, she insisted she had never seen Hisoka before. Every day, Kido brought food, my portion was always included. As I ate with them, I looked for any chance to discover weaknesses. Finks was surprisingly friendly. He explained Lucifer's intentions and constantly draped his arm over my shoulder to chat, making me want to stab him and draw eyebrows on his corpse. One day, Phaeton quietly asked me, "What's your ability that the captain is so interested in?" They had been testing my ability, so I finally invented one: I can revive the dead. Their shock was instant. As it neared September 1, more troop members arrived. Maki and Hisoka came one after the other. When the cold-faced Maki entered, she glanced at me. I recognized her from the underground palace. Her ice sculpture demeanor made a deep impression. Shortly after, Hisoka arrived. I think he has an innate Magi radar. The moment he saw me, his expression, like he'd swallowed a fly, left me speechless. Then he walked to me, lifted my arm, pinched my cheek, swung me around, and said with intense feeling, "Little Amber, I didn't expect you to be alive." I was so sad. "Kido brought your head for proof." Hearing this, Kido, who was watching from a distance, choked on his saliva and began hacking. I rolled my eyes at him and muttered, "Thanks to you." After that, Franklin, Nobunaga, Uvogin, and Pagnodon arrived one by one. Franklin seemed very curious, peppering me with questions. Nobunaga didn't care, he even clicked with contempt. Uvogin strode in. He looked like he could make me into meatballs with one hand, his stubble-lined face recalling the blood moon night in the suburbs when he buried a body. A chill crept over me. I reached for Uvogin's arm. His muscles were like steel, hairs like wire, no normal force could budge them. Everyone was astonished, and Uvogin laughed thunderously. In that moment, they seemed like real flesh and blood people, not killers without remorse. Yet I still don't understand them. The last to come was Pagnodon, the woman who attracts cats. She walked to me, squatted, and looked into my eyes with warmth and peace. I remembered the question Little Apple would ask for Lucifer in the future. The same confusion that had nagged me since meeting them. I looked at Pagnodon and asked, "Why, you're so kind you won't hurt wild cats, yet you can kill so many people who mean nothing to you." She looked stunned. We stared in silence until a moment later, she smiled gently, stood, touched my head lightly, and walked away. She couldn't answer, yet in that moment, an answer came to me. To them, to the people of Meteor City, so-called worldly lives don't count as real, just like outsiders dismiss Meteor City. To each other, someone's life isn't more real than a street kitten. Do you feel guilt for killing something you don't even regard as life? Do you feel guilt for killing someone irrelevant to you? Or is it because they're irrelevant that you can kill them at will? This is Meteor City's belief. This is their code of conduct. Chapter 120. Before the Ukexan auction officially started, the atmosphere within the group gradually became less relaxed. I could clearly feel that everyone was getting restless. At the same time, I began searching for a loophole to escape. But after a few attempts, I discovered that whenever I tried to slip away, several pairs of eyes watched me simultaneously. Even if I became tiny, I wouldn't escape their notice. The only one aware of my situation was Hisoka. I trusted he wouldn't reveal my ability, but he had no intention of helping me. He just sat and watched the spectacle. "It'd be nice to join the brigade, be my colleague," he said. "Don't worry. I'd never join, even if you killed me," I answered firmly. On the night of August 31, I planned to use my ability to sneak out after nightfall. I huddled in the ruins, dozing under a coat Keto lent me. A few candles gave minimal light. The only obstacle was Phaeton. Crollo Lucifer ordered him to watch me after dark, so he sat no more than 2 meters away, sword umbrella in hand. Sometimes I'd kick his clothes in my sleep. I discovered a major drawback of my ability: activation takes a long time. From the moment I open my mouth, telekinesis fluctuation begins, basically announcing my intent. From fluctuation to wish fulfillment takes 2 to 3 seconds, long enough for Phaeton to decapitate me 10 times. If I want to escape, I must first get away from him. I shifted uneasily. Phaeton's dark eyes fell on me, cold and sharp, like a blade. Ahem. I need to go to the bathroom, I murmured, clutching the coat. I'll go with you. No. I interrupted immediately. He'd say that. I'm a girl, do you not understand gender? Silence blanketed the ruins. I swallowed hard. Then Phaeton hissed "Tsk," muttered it was trouble, and stood up, calling Demi, who was sleeping beside him. I exhaled. Demi would accompany me, and she was slow enough not to suspect my intention. I followed her out. The abandoned compound lacked a toilet. Kubi had magically erected two. Walking there, I asked Demi, "Have you found a true companion?" She paused, then nodded, remembering it was her wish. At the toilet, I closed the door and instructed Demi to wait outside. Once inside, I took a deep breath and whispered, "I pray." Before I could finish wish, the roof was ripped away. Invisible silk threads entangled me, suspending me from above. It was Hisoka and Phaeton. I remembered another danger, Hisoka's sixth sense. My wish was cut off. Phaeton warned if I used my ability again, he'd remove my head. They dragged me back, and I found the entire troop awake. Maybe they never slept. Hisoka gave a helpless shrug. Crollo Lucifer spoke slowly, "We won't hurt you. I realize waiting for your consent is inefficient. We need special means to get information so I can assess if your ability benefits the brigade." Pagnotin sat next to me as others tied me to the usual eating table. She gently hooked my shoulder and asked, "May I ask you a few questions?" My heart pounded. I had to act quickly, or she'd seal my mouth, and everyone would know my ability. There was no other choice, I had to do it now. "What are your abilities?" she asked. At that moment, as she tried to probe my mind, we spoke together. "I pray that you send me to a place the brigade cannot find." They hadn't expected me to activate my ability then. With a roll of fate, I broke free from their control and vanished from the compound. I knew, all brigade members now understood my mind-read ability, especially Pagnotin, who knew my inner thoughts best. She might have learned more, maybe even about other people. They would act quickly. They obtained info on Kurapika before, and even predicted the future. So I had to act. No other option. After 3 minutes of unconsciousness, I awoke in a forest. A giant lion licked my face with its rough tongue, painful. I blocked it, rolled over, and stood. The lion obediently lay beside me. This lion. Blaze? Is this the forest from the hunter exam? Dazed, I touched its thick mane and head. "Long time no see, Blaze, is that you?" I whispered. Blaze nodded. Compared to years ago, it was larger, its tail tip now lake blue. I wondered if it had been tamed and died, but then rejected it. If it was tame, it wouldn't be in this forest, lying so faithfully beside me. "You remember me, right?" I asked, stroking its neck. It nodded again. It wasn't an ordinary lion, it understood, its roar cat-like. I brushed off dust and asked, "Are you willing to be tamed by me?" Its eyes opened, they matched its tail, lake blue. It nodded solemnly. I hugged its neck gratefully. "Right now, I have something more important to do. I may fall into a coma for a while, but I pray it won't last too long. Pressing my face into its matted fur, I continued, can you protect me during that time? It couldn't speak, it just licked my back gently. I made a wish that unrelated people would forget my ability and everything they learned. Long ago, Illumi asked Aluka something similar. I thought of Killua's twins from another world. Unexpectedly, my wish received a score of 7, likely too many people involved, or future change too big. A score of 7 means a coma lasting 3 months. Just before falling into unconsciousness, guilt and loss flooded me. I hadn't caught anything after all. Some things were destined to end. Fate's path was marked, but I still naively believed I could change things. I will not give up. I don't know how long I was comatose, until one night I dreamt of someone I hadn't seen in years. A little girl, about 10, who claimed to be a god, wearing a plain white dress, barefoot in the middle of a crystal mountain lake. I stood beside her, walking on the water, rippling as we moved. Colorful, long-tailed fish swam beneath. The lake was glass clear, its water spilling over the mountain cliff. She came to me, raised her hand to compare heights, and said, "You've really grown. Long time no see." I hesitated. Where is this place? Why am I here? Stupid, you asked the same question last time. She glanced sideways, hands behind her back. This is the space God made. As to why you're here, of course I brought you. What for? I haven't seen you in so many years. I should say, stupid. God is everywhere. Just because you can't see me doesn't mean I can't see you. So, have you been spying on my life all those years? Well, not really spying. Hate it. Idiot. Don't ask God such questions. God is busy, why pay attention to a boring little girl like you? I shrugged and asked, then why bring me here now? Because the great God decided to give you, a fool, a hint. She looked away, lifted her dress hem, chased a small white fish. Hint? I followed her on the water, it was soft and cool. Yes, since you already know the script, I might as well tell you, she said sweetly. Script? So that comic's future is real, actually going to happen? That's right. She stopped chasing fish, swaying with her hands behind her back. Skeptical at first, I relaxed hearing her confirm. What's the hint? She sighed. Fate for all of us, including me, is written and fixed. We can't avoid it. She halted, half-turned, head tilted. Expressionless, everyone will die. The ferry to the dark continent departs soon, and no one will return. What? I froze. So you still don't understand? She jumped, and the lake erupted like a volcano. We were engulfed, falling into the water. I flailed but felt no pain. Opening my eyes underwater, I could breathe. At the surface, phosphorescent gems glowed. Jellyfish drifted like plankton. We sank to the bottom. She strode barefoot, stirring kicked-up dust. You know about the dark continent. Everyone will die. Even I can't save everyone on the whale, nor can you. Her lips curled. Even if your ability revives the dead, they'll die another way. If time reversed and amends made, fate will still come. Even if you protect them completely, accidents happen. Nothing changes fate, not even God's. Why are you telling me this? I clenched my clothes, voice low. Because you started trying to change the ending, she said. Don't you see? The future you saw elsewhere won't change because of you. Uvogin and Paknoden will die, Red Eyes will activate. Nothing will change. Nothing ever has. You mean, even if they stayed and stopped the whale, they'd die? I'm glad you understand. She smiled, then walked to me. Shadows shifted, and she hugged me from above. You can try, no one will stop you. She, or it, whispered. Suddenly, the water dispersed like mist. We were on a high altar. She released me, looked into my eyes, and introduced, My name is Eudobia, meaning utopia. Chapter 121. It's you. Really you? Eudobia? You're actually, are you a man or a woman? Are you really the little girl from before? Have you been living next door to me all this time? I stammered, overwhelmed and confused. God has no gender. Eudobia touched my head. Whichever it is, it's me. But this is incredible. How could you I mean, this is amazing. You can accept time travel, so why not this? Seems so. Come to think of it, I haven't told you something. Rarely did Eudobia converse normally, and honestly, it made me uncomfortable. He changed the subject, gathering his hair and tying it with a thin vine from the altar table. Do you know why you returned to another world after you died? He asked. I don't know. Maybe I'm lucky. Fool, how could anyone have this luck? This is the third time. 3 times? Oh, I forgot, you don't know. When you first traveled here, it was after your first death in that world. It was sudden, so you didn't realize. He sat on the altar table, leaning back. This is complicated. The ability belonged to your body's original owner, but few know it exists. No one believes another world, parallel world, I think you call it. It exists. But it shouldn't. If your previous personality vanished, the ability shouldn't persist, but it does, and you use it. You're special, born with an extra ability. That doesn't make sense. He motioned for silence. Shh, I'll answer later, but not now. You should return now, Amber. Wait, I don't understand. The altar collapsed instantly, and I fell onto a massive white feather, drifting downward. Eudobia's distant voice reached me. One final advice. Never let your dice roll a 12, or everything truly ends. I jolted awake. My heart pounded. It took a moment to steady my breathing. I lay in a simple wooden cabin. Nearby, a pot boiled. Flames and bubbling water drowned out my breaths. I eventually sat up. The lion lying near me turned, meowed loudly, half excited, half angry, then bolted out, breaking the door. A cold breeze drifted in. I realized it must be December. I hadn't seen Kurapika in nearly a year. I recalled recent events. Gon and Killua were finishing the Greed Island game by Jing Freaks. Leorio was preparing for college exams. Killua hadn't passed the Hunter exam yet, but it would soon, starting January 7, about a month away. The Ukexan auction had ended, and Pagnotin and Uvogin were gone. Kurapika was collecting the red eyes from the Noser family, and would continue doing so for a long time. I sat and thought deeply. I remembered reading the manga through near suffocating pain. Plot details blurred in my memory due to emotional upheaval. I roughly outlined the future timeline, from Little Apple and friends leaving Greed Island to discovering the Chimera ants in NGL, about a year. Then 2 months of association elections. Then months of preparation before the whale sailed to the Dark Continent. This period is long or short, but nearly everyone I met will board that ship, heading toward death. Even if fate is pre-written, how can I watch them die? Can I do nothing? If I can't change the future, should I just let it flow? I had no hesitation. From Eudobia's words, I knew the answer. I knew what would happen in NGL, the agony they'd endure beyond ordinary limits. It would be a dark time. There'd be dramatic shifts and tragedies. I know they will chase a drama, Hisoka's attention on Krilo Lucifer, leading him into a trap. Illumi growing colder, even willing to sacrifice Killua for Aluka's power. It's hard to believe, he was once warm and caring, even shopping for me. But by the elections, his ambition became chilling. Despite no contact for 3 years, Kito told me Illumi watched over me constantly. If we meet again, can we trust each other as we once did? I don't know. The future is clear. Gon will be saved by Aluka, who will be saved by Killua, who redeems himself. Although Kite died, he was reincarnated. Survivors will get a hopeful ending, and few died unwillingly. So during NGL, everyone did their best. I don't need to intervene. Now, I only want to find Kurapika and stay by his side. Someone entered, bundled in winter clothes, with Blaze trailing behind. My memories were interrupted by her walking in, removing her coat, scarf, and hat. It was Amber. "You're awake, sister." She draped her coat behind her, rubbed her hands, came to the bed, and smoothed my hair. 3 months. Have you cared for me all this time? How did you find me? Because you still have the stone. Amber touched my pocket, eyes evasive. I promised, wherever, whenever, I'd be there. But last time, a year ago, I got caught up in other things and couldn't. I'm really sorry, it's all my fault. She began to cry. Unsure how to react, I gently lifted her face and wiped her tears. You had no obligation, but I don't blame you. Since you love me so much, I hope you stop loving so selflessly. The best love for me isn't giving everything, but living happily for yourself. I'll be happier if you live for yourself than if you sacrifice everything for me. Sister. Her eyes filled with tears, confusion plain on her face. I hope you understand. I touched her head and got off the bed. Blaze stood by my feet, leaning against me as support. I'm grateful you cared for me, but now I have more important things to do, so I must leave, I said to Amber. She said nothing. I looked at Blaze and asked, would you go on an adventure with me? What we do may be hopeless and dangerous, but if you're with me, I'll protect you. I stroked his neck. Blaze sighed and nodded without hesitation. Before leaving, Amber called out. I held the cabin door frame and looked back. Amber. Sister, I know, Amber said firmly, tears in her eyes. In future, protect yourself. If you need me, break the stone, and I will come at all costs. This is the only choice I make for myself, not for you. I smiled, waved, and nodded. Take care of yourself too. The wooden door closed with a creak. I placed my hand on Blaze's head. The coma left me weak, but urgency in my heart didn't wait. I was desperate to meet him. If we fall into danger, or if he's away, be unlucky. When it happens, you run first, don't worry about me, I said to Blaze. Blaze whimpered softly, and I stroked him again, maybe the 100th time that day. I pray, I whispered, please take us to Kurapika. Chapter 122. The Nen ability teleported me to the rooftop of a building. I woke up behind the open door connecting the rooftop to the corridor. The sunset sky was as bright as fire, as if everything was immersed in a glass honey pot filled with orange-red fruit pulp. The rich rays of light from behind layers of white clouds seemed to have torn a huge crack in the sky, revealing a hazy scene inside that looked like another world. What was piled there seemed not to be thick clouds, but more like gorgeous clusters of flowers growing from the sky. Perhaps our world connects to this one through this dusk. The wind rushing in from the corridor made me fully awake. Blaze was lying at my feet with his eyes gently closed, as if waiting for me to wake. I stood up, held the door frame, and stepped out. I didn't know where I was, or what would happen once I stepped into this crimson glow. Yet amid all the uncertainty, one truth made my heart surge and me desperate to rush into the dusk. I knew he was here. Kurapika was here, on the rooftop. In the past 8 months of semi-lucidity, I'd imagined countless times how we'd reunite, how we'd act. I had dreams, illusions always at the unreachable horizon. Perhaps we'd run to each other and hug. Maybe he'd scold me for vanishing and then suddenly appear. Maybe we'd cry together and confide. I used to think all that was gone forever, fantasy born only in my mind, a looped memory. But now it all stood before me so clearly, and the things I missed most had finally returned. For the first time, I felt my existence in this world, the proof that I once lived. I delicately felt the sunset seep into my skin, the wind slip through my fingers and hair. It was vivid and beautiful. I knew this was a new life given by fate, and not another illusion. I knew this was my mission, and my presence here, now, was destiny. At this moment, I vividly understood what I had to do. I saw a figure leaning against the railing, gazing at the distant skyline. Under the vast sky, the small silhouette looked stubborn and solitary. He stood straight, the wind sweeping his long golden-orange hair, almost shoulder-length. A translucent ruby earring gleamed on the side of his face, like a drop of crystallized blood and tears. He noticed me, turned abruptly, then stood frozen in shock, silent for a long moment. You feel that watching a child grow is slow, but it takes only an instant. At this moment, the boy before me overlapped perfectly with the one in my memory. I couldn't help recalling when he was thin and lonely under a moonlit blanket, standing at my doorstep. His eyes then were not much different, full of pain and confusion, hidden behind vigilance that kept others at a distance. Like a wounded beast guarding food, intimidating yet lonely. Afraid of being hurt, and of hurting others, he avoided good intentions, excluding himself, making himself fiercely independent. Now, that child had matured into a beast who could protect himself, yet the weight on his shoulders remained unchanged. He looked thinner, his features sharper and more mature. I took hesitant steps forward, then moved slowly until I stopped right in front of him. He watched me closely, as if trying to confirm I wasn't an illusion. "Hi." I raised a trembling hand, my nose stung, throat tight. "I'm back." I barely whispered. Kurapika frowned slightly and remained silent. He reached out and gently took my fingers. Then he enveloped my whole hand in his, fingers tracing the lines of my palm. I was so nervous I could barely breathe. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere swallowed us, making me feel underwater in the sunset. "Where have you been so long?" He suddenly released my hand but grabbed my wrists firmly, enough not to hurt, and looked down at me. Something unexpected happened. I'm sorry. I didn't expect. After we parted. A year has passed. You promised to stay with me, but when I returned, only this earring was left in the snow. He raised a hand to tuck back his hair. You hardly ever take it off, so I knew something happened. To find you, I broke the agreement and took the hunter exam a year early, and also in Yorknu. What happened to you this year? You haven't changed much. Why are you still so short? And why hasn't your hair grown in a year? His hoarse yet clear voice and the thump-thump of my heart roared in my head. Hey, brat, don't comment on a girl's appearance, it's rude. I couldn't hold back tears. He pursed his lips, then smiled, a smile similar to mine in loneliness but deeper. Sadness surged. I'd missed this critical year and felt powerless. I wondered if our 4 years together had ever brought him hope. My confidence lay shattered during my blank absence. Had he changed? His eyes were cold, yet still held kindness and sympathy engraved in his core. If he hadn't changed, why did he stand before me now, yet feel as distant as an isolated island across a cold sea? The look he gave brimmed with darker, more suppressed emotions than a year ago. I felt it, but wished not to. I won't let you leave me again, he said softly, then feigned relaxation. This year I searched for you many times, but I found nothing. Info about you was so scarce it was as if you never existed. I thought perhaps you'd gone back to your previous world. So many times I nearly accepted losing you forever. It's truly a gift that you came back. So, this isn't a vision, it's a promise. As we agreed before, now it's my turn to protect you. I won't let you leave me again. He bowed his head and repeated it in a murmur. I won't leave so easily again. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful, I'll do my best to prevent any accidents. There will be no more accidents. Kurapika stood with his back to the light, shielding me in shadow. The height difference between us had never been larger, he'd grown immensely in a year, while I'd been frozen in time. I blinked at him, bewildered. Then, to my surprise, he leaned down and gently kissed me. The unfamiliar kiss, his dry, pale lips pressed lightly against mine, I was stunned. It took a long moment to register what was happening. We stayed like that, his breath warm and thin on my face. Time stretched until it felt like a century before the second hand moved. His senses seemed heightened infinitely, my mind lost in confusion. Only much later did he gently pull back and smile again. That was no smile of triumph or joy, it was bitter, mixed with self-blame, worry, loneliness. A soldier who survived war, wounded deep, come inside confusion. And I understood why. "I'm sorry. I thought this sudden kiss might scare you," he said, dabbed at tears that may have dried on my cheeks. It was abrupt. I wanted to. A gust of wind interrupted him. Dust and fallen leaves stirred, carrying the bitter scent of sunset, grass, and trees, swirling around us. "I just hope you understand. I really don't want to lose you again. I truly can't." I focused on slowing my pounding heart. Only half the sun remained, large and distant on the horizon. I sighed, tears flowed again. I shook my head, took a few steps back, steadied myself, and gave Kurapika a frail, helpless smile. "You brat, I can tell you've never been in a relationship. Don't you know this is an intimate gesture only lovers do? I'm your sister. Though I told you that in some countries, people greet like this. So you know clearly in your heart I'm not greeting you." He interrupted. I lowered my head, ashamed, unable to meet his gaze. "You obviously understand, or rather, how could you not? I have never acknowledged you as my sister. You never realize how special you are to me." He paused. "Special enough that I want you forever, not just to comfort me verbally like before, special enough that I want you by my side, not to always worry you'll vanish from me. You misunderstood your feelings. It's just attachment. My sudden disappearance unsettled you. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. If you want me by your side forever, fine, I promised long ago I could. I like you. It's more than sibling love. I want to be your lover," he said, "although I know it's odd to talk about love now. But I no longer want to hide my feelings." Having lived between these two worlds for over 20 years, I'd fantasized about being kissed and confessed to. But never did I imagine it coming true, by the boy I'd watched grow up. The shock was like dinosaur fossils in a museum suddenly coming to life. Then I noticed the signal from my sixth sense I'd ignored. I should have realized long ago. I deceived myself, downplayed the feeling as something else. But I should have known, he grew up. While I dazed through trivialities, he'd sorted his emotions long ago. I shouldn't deny him, he's too rational to speak without certainty. "When did it start?" I asked after a long pause. I felt I couldn't avoid it. He covered his mouth and smiled, relief in his eyes. "It was long ago, much earlier than you'd ever suspect." "You brat, how long? You're only 18. Why act so mature? You were chubby not long ago." "I'm not a brat anymore." Kurapika interrupted, shrugged, and lifted my chin to meet his gaze. "If you're unsure, you can confirm it again." I was stunned. I opened my mouth, but another question came, one I already knew the answer to. "How have you been this year?" I asked softly, though I knew everything, I wanted to hear it from him. "I passed the hunter license." Hearing this, pure joy returned to his eyes. He said steadily and proudly, "And I made 3 friends." He looked at me with wide, hopeful eyes, like a big animal awaiting its owner's approval. "Maybe I didn't realize, you really have grown up." I lifted a hand to ruffle his hair. "I also learned to read." Kurapika let me play with his hair, then pulled me to a bench amid rooftop debris and sat by my side. We hadn't talked like this in ages. The teacher who taught me Nen is called Mysken. He's much older. I'm a conjurer, my Nen is chain materialization. Watch this, he stretched his hand out and moved his fingers. 5 intertwined chains appeared out of thin air. I touched them, cold iron, lifeless. I couldn't help but tremble, thinking of the cost he paid to activate his red eyes. What's wrong, Amber? Are you unwell? He asked, seeing my fingers shake. I clenched my teeth, but shook my head. I wasn't going to tell him I knew the future, that'd seem absurd. I didn't want him thinking his life was predetermined by forces beyond him. Nothing, I said. It just occurred to me, now I don't have to hide anymore. I can tell you about my ability. He nodded. Although I guessed a bit about your ability after hearing of telekinesis, you hit it well. The only thing I'm sure of is your abilities activate when spoken, and one constraint is varying length commas. I smiled. You're still so perceptive. That's just analysis based on evidence. Looking at the chains in his hand, I thought a moment and continued, I'm a Nen user too. The name of my ability is God's Listening. Hey hunters. Quick break. If you're still listening this. Good job to you lol. I am not expecting anyone to get this far. Also I'm noticing I say lol a lot. Anyway. Let's keep going. Chapter 123. Reflecting on my own heart, it was not until this moment that I was sure that my feelings for Kurapika were definitely deeper than I thought. But due to the inertia of thinking, in my mind, his image had always been the same as the child in his early teens. A person cannot catch the traces of change in the fine flow of time and space. Although sometimes I would joke with him about love, in the final analysis, I never felt that this child, no, he is no longer a child, but I never felt that he, as a young man who has long been mature enough, would have any romantic feelings towards me. But this doesn't mean that I really didn't realize that he was growing up slowly, but the disconnection of the current situation can only be attributed to my misconception. To be frank, I had always thought that we were as close as family and inseparable, but who would have easily expected that such a relationship would also produce feelings of love? It is not so incredible, but it made perfect sense after it actually happened. The problem is that I hadn't thought of it, and it was a situation that was completely beyond my expectations. God's listening. He repeated my ability with a puzzled look, and his beautiful eyes were filled with the desire for knowledge. He looked at me, just like he had in the past. To put it simply, it's the ability to make wishes. I looked back into his eyes, feeling a sense of peace I hadn't felt in the past year. Any wish you can imagine can basically be fulfilled. The condition is that the wish must be spoken out loud for it to take effect. The restriction is that you will fall into a coma after making a wish, and the duration of the coma is determined by the points on a 12-sided die. The higher the points, the longer the coma. The longest coma duration is 10 years. If you roll 12, you die directly. No wonder. No wonder you were able to come back to life after being assassinated 5 years ago, he said softly. Yes. So I will help you. Although this ability is useless most of the time due to the limitations of the coma mechanism, it can still produce unexpected results at critical moments. It is an ability that is very suitable for emergencies. So, from now on, let me fulfill all your wishes with you. I am a person whose wishes can be heard by the gods. I swung my legs, tilted my head to look at him, and spoke in a relaxed tone. Don't refuse me. Kurapika was about to speak, but I immediately stopped him with determined words. He ignored my interruption and began to continue, so I simply reached out and covered his mouth. Listen to me, I said anxiously. Anyway, based on my understanding of you, you will definitely say something like, "This is my own business, I won't let you get involved, but I hope you understand that you are no longer alone." At this point, I let go of his hand and spoke in a softer tone, "You are no longer alone. Not only me, but you also have important friends. You will never be alone." He sat there with his head down and didn't respond. I knew he was also struggling in his heart. So I continued, "Besides, just like I know you, you must also know me. I will help you no matter how you refuse. Isn't that reasonable? Do you think I will agree if you say no? Do you really think I can just leave you alone? Besides, didn't you also say? Didn't you also say? You wanted to be my lover. Then trust me from the bottom of your heart, don't always exclude me when you face such a thing. If the roles were reversed, and I were in trouble, you would definitely not be able to sit idly by." After the words fell, we were silent for a long time. I heard Kurapika chuckle, and then he took my hand. In the past, such an action would have been no different than ordinary contact for me, but in this situation, I couldn't help but feel my cheeks grow hot, and my fingertips went cold due to nervousness. What a loser, Amber. I see, but that's not what I want to say. I don't know if it's because of a lack of security, but you and I always want to confirm things a second time even though we've already agreed. He sighed softly and said, "We must have agreed before that we wouldn't reject each other because of our own difficulties. It's just that, even if, as you said, you have the ability to achieve anything, I don't want you to waste your time on me. I hope that your ability can be used to protect yourself. I hope that you can stay by my side soberly and safely. If something happens to you when I'm not around, I'm afraid I will blame myself for it for the rest of my life." "Why are you blaming yourself? You're starting over again, blaming the victim. Have you forgotten what I told you at the beginning? Don't take the blame for other people's mistakes on yourself." I symbolically flicked his forehead and continued, "Whether it's me or other people close to you, when we were hurt, you were just one of the victims. The ones who were truly at fault were the ones who committed the violence, and they are the ones who should blame themselves." The evening seemed very long that day. Kurapika and I sat there and talked for hours, discussing what we had experienced in the past year. I didn't tell him about my experience of being tortured to death, because I didn't want to add burden to him. I just said that a year ago I accidentally triggered some mechanisms and was transported back to the previous world. After a whole year of unremitting effort, I finally found a way to return to this one. He was very surprised that I was so determined to come back. I smiled, touched his head and said, "It's because there are more important things for me to do here." I slowly asked him what he had been through in the past year. Although I knew almost everything, I still listened carefully from beginning to end. I fished out bits and pieces of the past from my memory, like a sponge draining water. In those delicate expressions, I could really feel the subtle ups and downs of his emotions, as well as the growth and changes that this period had brought him. I concealed the fact that I had been in a coma for 3 months to escape the brigade because I didn't know how he would react if he learned I had been threatened by them, and I didn't want to cause him trouble. I need some time to seriously think about future plans, to figure out how I can pull everyone out of this conflict, and how I can save everyone from this irreversible fate. At present, my short-term plan is to let Kurapika recommend me to join the Nostrade family so that I can help him recover the red eyes. As for the ferry plan to the Dark Continent, if stopping the Kakin Empire from launching the DW does not affect everyone's death, then why not board it together? Yes, the most feasible way at present is to board the ship with everyone, because if we blindly stop the plan from being implemented, then, to fill this void in fate, the situation may develop in an even more unpredictable direction. But before that, there is one more important thing: I must find a way to recall all the upcoming events as thoroughly as possible. The sun gradually set, bringing another half of its light to this planet that I was no longer sure I could call Earth. A huge moon hung over the building, so close that it seemed like I could reach out and touch it. Why is the moon here so big? I looked at it in the sky. It was so clear that even the shadows of the lunar Maria were painted like oil paintings. The moonlight was like white sunlight, illuminating the thick dust on the rooftop. Blaze yawned, walked to my feet, then lay down and continued to nap. This city is called Timo. It is the closest region in the world to the moon in its sidereal path. We have never been here before. Kurapika explained. Here, the moon's magnetic field has a greater impact on people. Then he reached out and touched Blaze's head and asked, "Is this the lion you mentioned to me before?" "Yes, it's my companion now." I smiled and replied, "By the way, is it okay that you haven't been back for so long? I hope the boss won't get mad at you for disappearing." "I'm on vacation today," he said calmly, "and if anything happens, Melody will contact me. The boss and the lady are in a villa less than 5 kilometers away from here, so I can get there quickly if needed." "I've thought about a lot of things this year," Kurapika told me. "More importantly, I want to know if what I've done has really gone against my conscience. Everyone I've met would advise me to stop, but I'm the only one who knows. They think I'm blinded by hatred, but I'm the only one who knows why I'm doing this. I know what I'm doing isn't truly just, but I won't stop. I won't stop, because this is my mission as a member of the Korta tribe. In fact, I have been constantly weighing everything that living with you has brought me, and whether it conflicts with revenge. I know that if I continue, such a life will be torn apart by chaotic order. I once searched for your traces everywhere but never found any. Then I was discouraged and thought you would never come back to me. I seemed to have no scruples left. I also knew that some things must be done regardless of right or wrong. Later, I continued to think. I think everyone carries some sins in this life, more or less, like indelible marks on the body, accumulating little by little. It must be the same for us, always moving forward with sins, unable to look back. Like the doctrine of original sin and actual sin. I don't deny your idea, but in my opinion, so-called sin may just be a force used for balance. It is precisely because the world is like this that life is imperfect," I said. "So you have indeed influenced me a lot. Even though I already know that I will do whatever it takes to achieve my goals, your ideas are the only ones that can really free me from repressed emotion. They are very interesting and very different. Because of your way of thinking, I can avoid being too caught up in my heart, and resolve many painful emotions more calmly and soberly, because in your eyes, whether positive or negative, it's often just a choice, a balance, a normal state. You call this mentality moderation, but I think it's more than that." Kurapika stood up from the bench and brushed dust from his pants. Even in the dark, his black suit looked neat, mature, and charismatic. "You always say that I'm calm, but in fact, most of the time, your calm is even calmer than mine. Just like moonlight is always moonlight, and the moon, which has never belonged to anyone, is always the moon. But the moon is also drawn by the Earth's magnetic field, locked by terrestrial tides, and cherished by people of the world," I replied. "Let's go," he said gently, pulling me up, his dark eyes showing no highlights in the night, but his expression was very gentle as he said, "I'll take you to a place." Chapter 124. After walking for a while, we arrived at a place farther away from the city. As if at the border between the countryside and the city, I could smell from afar a faint floral scent that permeated the stagnant night air. Then the wind blew over, and the air began to flow slowly like a lotus on water. We walked along the narrow road. There were no fences or clear boundaries on both sides. The weeds were low and leaning, illuminated by the moonlight. We felt the city's edge, and then I saw faint shadows among the grass. Blaze excitedly ran ahead of us. We stepped into the endless fields beside the road. Grass and flying insects tickled my ankles and my exposed skin. Kurapika held my hand and walked toward the shadows. The closer we got, the clearer it became. I had already guessed from the fragrance what unique plants grew here. It was a sea of roses. The lion and the moon cast a gentle glow. I saw a soft flame on Blaze's tail as he stood in the middle of this floral sea, watching us. Red rose petals drifted in the wind, and the branches were thick with sharp thorns, dangerous, yet romantic. "Each of us carries sins," Kurapika said, crouching to stroke a flower bud. "But roses are innocent. The flowers we plant ourselves are innocent. Roses are just roses, pure and innocent. Sins are what we bear, they don't transfer or insinuate themselves. He paused, his voice soft. About half a year after you left, I came to this city with my boss. I saw the moon and thought of the little prince, the story you told me. You'll like this city, he continued. So I planted roses here. But no matter how many I planted, they withered after blooming. Their petals were like cotton, expanding but never filling the void in my heart. No rose could compare to you. For a while, I was angry at them. But one night, I listened quietly, and realized the flowers were pure. The feelings born from that kindled heart must also be innocent. And that thought brought relief. I realize I love you. It may not have been my choice, but love is innocent. I was stunned by the depth of his words. I wondered if I truly understood what he meant. Kurapika simply smiled at me, as if he knew me better than I knew myself. I felt my cheeks flush and avoided his gaze. But what surprised me most was how shy you are. Huh? Why are you saying I'm shy? I'm a normal girl, after all. Girl? He touched his chin thoughtfully, then nodded slowly. That's always been how I see you. We entered the rose field Kurapika had planted. Blaze, unscathed by thorns, bounded among the flowers. I felt warmth in Kurapika's palm as he held me, the dew dampening my clothes. I thought I'd be trapped in every September sunset, he said, memories like fireworks with you. But now I know, when you're with me, time and space flow again. Dusk is the boundary between night and day, a magical moment. Then we welcome night together, and when the long night ends, dawn. The world is like mountaintop clouds, ever changing, but I feel it only when you're with me. Only in this short eternity can I tell myself you're truly here. Although I've known you for years, I said softly, I never thought you'd say something like this. You're just too slow, Kurapika smiled. When we left, I rode on Blaze, who followed Kurapika closely. He was taking me back to see his boss and recommend me to join. When I suggested joining his group, Kurapika didn't object, it seemed the most natural way to stay in touch with me. As we entered the villa of the Nosra family, dozens of astonished gazes turned toward us. Kurapika walked in expressionless, composed. I hopped off Blaze and looked around until I spotted a familiar short shadow behind a Roman column on the porch's right side, secretly watching me. Is it Melody? The bodyguards, all in black, eyed Kurapika warily. One spoke in a cold tone I'd never heard, "Where's the boss?" "In the room upstairs, with the young lady." They stepped aside, and I followed Kurapika, offering slight nods that they returned silently. After climbing 2 flights of stairs, we reached the left room door. I felt unexpectedly nervous. Kurapika knocked. Blaze breathed at my side. Worry fluttered in my chest, would a lion scare them? But before I could hesitate, an older male voice called us in. Kurapika entered first. "Excuse me for bothering you so late," he began. "It's fine. I came to see Nyan," the man replied as a girl's annoyed voice cut in. "Nonsense. I said I can't read fortunes if I don't know why I can't, just because I can't write it." The girl's angry voice came through, followed by the man clearing his throat. "Kurapika, what brings you here so late?" the man, Nosra, asked. "Yes, boss. I'm here to introduce someone I think you'll find interesting." He stepped aside, and I entered. The room looked exactly like one from the comics, dolls on the floor, shopping bags neatly set aside. A slender girl with long pink hair sat on the bed, holding a small dog wearing glasses. She looked at me curiously, finger to lips. "Hello, sir, miss," I greeted stiffly. "I'm an acquaintance of Kurapika's. I'd like to join the Nosra family as a bodyguard." "A little kid?" Nosra said with surprise. I scratched my head awkwardly. "This is Iku-san, 16 years old. In many ways, she's been my mentor, and her skills match mine. I believe she's qualified, Kurapika explained calmly. I noticed his hands were slightly clenched, an unconscious sign of tension in this setting. Noser considered for a moment, then, just as I expected, agreed without hesitation. Since you recommended her, I won't argue. Her name is Amber, right? Let her shadow you for now and learn the work, and then... Wow! Is that a lion? Nyan interrupted, leaping up. Her shout startled Nosra, and Blaze poked his head in from behind me. Dad, look, it really is a lion, Nyan exclaimed. Nosra stiffened. I quickly waved and reassured, he's my pet, he's tame, won't harm anyone unless I say so. Don't worry. At my words, Blaze sat obediently by my feet, murmuring contentedly. Besides guarding for the Nosras, I said, calming myself, I think I have another ability that might matter even more. I lowered my hand to stroke Blaze and continued, before coming here, I looked into the Nosra situation, and I learned that Nyan can't read fortunes right now. I believe I understand why she lost that ability. I paused, then said, and I might be able to replicate her ability temporarily to help the Nosra family with divination, so she doesn't lose face. Chapter 125. What? The three in the room exclaimed simultaneously. Kurapika instantly realized what I'd implied. He grabbed my wrist in surprise, trying to stop me. Kurapika, you. It's okay. I quickly stopped him, gripping his hand to halt him from speaking further. Since you want to join the Nosra family, you must contribute significantly, I said. But replicating Miss Replica's fortune-reading ability may demand a huge personal price. Really? Can you do it? And do you know why Nyan lost her fortune reading? Nosra stood, voice trembling with excitement. Tell me what you want. If it's within my power, and what you say is true, I'll grant it. My heart beat faster, it was time to reveal my terms. There's a 70% success rate. I need about a week to prepare. My only request, if I succeed, the boss helps Kurapika and me recover one of the Kuruda clan's 7 red eyes, the flaming red eyes. Red eyes? Nyan tilted her head. Like the one Dad bid for me at the Ukexan auction? Yes, I nodded, liking her simple willfulness. For now, I won't share the full plan, I said. But I asked to stay with the family, working alongside Kurapika. Nosra almost leaped with eagerness. Though half doubtful, a 1 in 100 chance at restoring lost divination was a lifeline too precious to ignore. By the end of negotiations, I had joined the Nosra family. Nosra assigned me a room next to Kurapika's, down the same corridor but at opposite ends. Blaze even got his own room on the first floor. I told him only to defend on my command. He nodded and bounded downstairs, already drawing eyes from the curious guards. He seemed to love the attention. A maid brought several unworn dresses and coats, no assassin's black suit. Nyan's tags still hung on them. The mistress bought these. They may not fit perfectly. Use them for now and shop later. I changed into a slightly loose nightgown, comfortable enough. Knock, knock, knock. It was Kurapika. I threw the clothes aside and opened the door. Good evening, I was just packing. Why would you say that? He closed the door behind me, taking my wrist. His eyes sharp. Have you thought about the cost? You must use abilities only in emergencies. You gain no real benefit here, it's a sacrifice. Even without this family, I could recover the red eyes using my Nen alone. Why risk yourself again? I rarely saw him angry. His cropped suit and clenched jaw contrasted the soft glow outside. You waited so long to see me again, but now you'd abandon me and take a coma? Of course not. I anticipated this reaction. This time, I have a method that doesn't require a coma. Don't worry. He softened. Believe me, I won't leave you, as we agreed years ago. I returned no matter what, and I'll return again for you. I will fulfill your wish. I reached up and kissed his forehead, arms closing around his neck. You know, everything has a price. We both make sacrifices for our goals. He looked at me, eyes deep. Shadows danced as moonlight drifted across the room. His hair brushed my cheek. He lowered his head, kissing me gently. I pressed closer. We embraced, our first kiss as lovers. The next morning, I selected a simple white tweed dress. Life in the Nosra villa was calmer than expected. Only Nosra and a few guards were up already. Kurapika woke and moved about briskly. After greeting Nosra, I wandered into the yard. Melody sat in the sun, stroking Blaze, who lay on his back. "Good morning," I said, squatting beside them. "Good morning to you too." Melody smiled and studied me. "I heard your heartbeat when we saw each other last night. It's like hearing a familiar melody, gentle yet unwavering, like a blade cloaked in silk. You're calm, clear-minded, determined. But there's an untold sadness in your pulse, as if your heart is elsewhere. It's as if you might leave at any moment." "You hear everything," I replied. "Your perception is uncanny, Melody." She covered her mouth, smiling. "It's healing. Since you returned, Kurapika's heartbeat changed, like someone surfacing for air. Besides the brigade, you're the only one who affects him like this. You two truly cherish each other. Hurry back, don't keep him waiting." I smiled and headed indoors to find Kurapika preparing new firearms purchases. He walked straight over. "When will you leave?" he asked. "Around noon, if all goes well." "Are you sure it's okay?" "I'll be back soon, maybe even today," I said, gently patting his shoulder. "It's my task now. See you later." With a worried glance, I returned to my room and called Illumi. "Hello, this is Illumi Zoldyck. Would you like to commission an assassination?" he said in that chilling, detached tone. Stunned, I hesitated. Repeating it, he said, "Hello, would you like to commission an assassination?" "Hi, Illumi, it's Amber." "No, you are not Amber. Amber died a year ago," he said flatly. Hisaka had shown him my corpse photo. The wish I'd made 3 months ago erased memories of my resurrection. Even Hisaka and Illumi believed me dead. Only the Nosras and Brigade know I'm alive. It worked in our favor. I called Illumi again. Same greeting. "Are you free now?" I asked directly. "What? Convenient. You want an assassination? We'll need to speak about compensation first." "Is anyone else with you?" I asked. "No, it's just me." "Don't hang up. Listen, I am Amber. I did die, but I resurrected successfully. Whether you believe me or not, I will prove my identity, by asking you to send me not to Illumi." Chapter 126. Kurapika didn't know my plan, he only knew I was going to be away for a while. I didn't tell anyone the details of my actions. When the 3 minutes of unconsciousness ended, I realized I was being carried through the bushes. After 2 seconds to react, I couldn't help but whisper, "Illumi." "Hey, you're awake." "Amber," he said as he ran. "Where are we going?" I asked, confused. "I was on an assassination mission, but because of your sudden appearance, we were discovered by the target," he explained. "Now we're tracking each other." "So, is it really okay to answer your phone during an assassination? I thought you were just teleporting here because you had nothing to do." I couldn't help complaining. "No problem. I'm far from the target," he said, pausing meaningfully. "Unless there's loud noise." It didn't take long for Illumi to suddenly slow down. He gathered strength, swung his arm, and a needle flew out, accurately. With the dull thud of it hitting home, Illumi jumped down from the treetop. I left his shoulder and he gently set me on the ground. "It's really you, Amber. Ignoring the assassination target, he turned to me, his unfocused eyes lingering before he raised a hand to rub my head. "We haven't seen each other for almost 2 years, he remarked. "Yeah. Time really flies," I muttered. "I never thought you'd come back," Illumi continued, touching my head again as though confirming I was real. "Honestly, finding out you were dead was a blow to me. I felt like my investments just tanked." He paused. "Also, I don't understand how you died so easily. Were you too weak? Even though Hisoka and I trained you, I feel your nen hasn't made significant progress in the years we were apart. Your nen is unstable. Relying too much on God's listening makes it easy for an opponent to exploit your weaknesses." Hearing him, I wilted. "If Hisoka rated you based on your bad habits and lack of ability, you'd only score about 75, just average." I was too complacent. I lowered my head in guilt. "Last year, around this time, I heard from Krilo. He sent me a photo of your body, but at first, I didn't think it was you. The body was dismembered, with no identifying features. It wasn't until Hisoka sent a photo of your head that I knew it was you." He turned his eyes away as we walked through a forest edging the city, stepping closer to populated areas. "I was furious," Illumi said suddenly. "I didn't even want that commission. I never expected you to be killed so easily, tortured without resistance. On Children's Day last year, Killua asked me where I'd been and why I hadn't contacted you in so long. I decided not to tell him about your death. Killua is different. If he heard it from me, he'd probably think I did it." Illumi shrugged. "It took me a long time to trace those responsible. While I couldn't determine how they targeted you exactly, you should remember, years ago, during the political dispute in Ukexen, you were arrested by one side. The one who gave the order was a senior from the Conservative Party, also a colleague of my target that year. So, maybe because I asked you to assist Kalito back then, they decided to retaliate secretly. But why they targeted only you and ignored the Zoldyck family, I don't know." As he spoke with his usual cold, flat tone, I followed in silence, my mind racing at how Illumi and Hisoka must have felt hearing of my death. "Amber," Illumi said while I was lost in thought, grabbing my head and turning me to face him. He looked into my eyes earnestly. "If a person is dead, how can they be resurrected?" Instantly, ominous aura always concealed by him burst forth. It wrapped around my body like claws tearing apart meat. His dark eyes glowed with indescribable malevolence. The faint smirk on his lips unnerved me more than any tears. My whole body numbed, I couldn't breathe. Even so, I summoned courage, stepped forward, and hugged him. "Illumi." My lips trembled as I gently hugged his waist, careful not to squeeze. The contact sent a cold shock through me. "Death is so painful. I missed you so much." Emotional manipulation might be crude, but it worked. This was a game, between the past and the present. "Why are you so nervous?" Illumi patted my head like a puppy. "Resurrection? If it's your nen, something of this magnitude, even the highest score of nen, might handle it. But only a year has passed, and you're already standing here. It's weird." When he said that, my panic loosened. I stepped back 2 paces, inhaled deeply, heart pounding. Cold sweat dripped onto the brown-soiled ground. "You're truly foolish," he said, brushing sweat from my cheek. "Come on. Let's find somewhere to sit." The strange mutual test ended. I felt our bond snap back into place, like it was 2 years ago. I had mentally prepared, played possible scenarios in my head, but facing it was overwhelming, strange. Even someone like Illumi, who understood my nen inside and out, couldn't simply take my resurrection at face value. We found a beverage shop by the city edge. Despite midwinter, he ordered a steaming hot milk tea for me. We took a window seat, watching passers-by wander by, each with their own stories. The atmosphere eased. I curled into a corner of the sofa. Illumi had changed, his hair now nearly waist length, and his build stronger, sturdier than before. He contacted Hisaka, who was in a nearby city. He'd arrive in about 3 or 4 hours. If luck favored us, we might even have lunch together. I'm curious, how did you survive? Illumi propped his chin on his hand, watching me carefully blowing at my milk tea. Actually, it's complicated. Part is my speculation, still unverified. If we get the chance, and can verify it, I'll tell you the truth, in full, I said as I pondered. Explaining would require delving into everything, time travel, hidden identity. Only Kurapika knows that aspect of me, even then I've withheld details from him, since I've yet to fully understand it myself. But I'm glad you trust me, Illumi. I don't want to hide things, but my death was partly negligence. My resurrection was more like a deliberate accident, illogical, but not utterly impossible. I've been through much since then. What hit me hardest may seem strange, you understand why I'm here, why I exist, I continued. You've grown, Illumi suddenly remarked. You're still short, but you're far from the foolish little girl you were. To be honest, that insight you mentioned doesn't mean much to me, but I always thought you weren't born to be an assassin. I'm relieved to hear you realize that. It's like watching a child mature. I'm glad to see you too, I said, stirring the tea. When my head flew off, I thought I was done. I glanced up at him. Illumi. I came here because I need your help. Huh? He raised an eyebrow. You're asking me for help? That's rare. He paused, curiosity evident. I stared at a mint leaf floating in my tea, blowing on it until it sank. I want to see Aluka, I said quietly, clenching my fists. Please, I need him. It's the easiest, least costly way. I can't waste time. Illumi, across from me, froze. Chapter 127. I will never use Aluka's ability to do anything that may endanger the Zoldyck family or their associates. I will never break taboos or disrupt the existing order. I will never create an irreparable disaster in any form. I will protect Aluka's safety and never harm her. I swear to bear all the consequences of my wish alone. After I leave, Aluka will remain herself and no trace of me will be left behind. I made this promise to Illumi sincerely, though I had no leverage. I wondered, if he considered me family, would he believe what his blood said? To my surprise, Illumi agreed quickly. I will accept your request, not because you are my sister, but because I know you, and you won't break a formal promise, he said. Besides, since you said it won't affect us in any way, I'll treat it as a favor. I stared, stunned, as Illumi pulled out his phone. Even if I refused, you'd find a way to reach her yourself. Escaping my surveillance would only raise risk, unless, of course, I kill you right here and now. Ignoring my shocked expression, Illumi dialed Maluki's number. Maluki, the second son of the Zoldyck family, a typical temperamental otaku, was the only one capable of bypassing alarms and mechanisms in the basement where Aluka was kept, and of editing surveillance footage to create me a window of opportunity. Under Illumi's coercion, Maluki capitulated in under 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, he called back. The security had been temporarily lifted. I downed the rest of the milk tea, only melted blue gummy bears clung to the bottom of the cup. Illumi detailed Aluka's ability and explained everything I needed to know to avoid suspicion. Though I already knew about Nanika, I listened carefully from start to finish. Go, Illumi said. I'll wait here for your return. I felt a complicated emotion well inside me, confusion, relief, guilt. I stared at Illumi silently, his expression unreadable. I drew a deep breath, nodded, and made the promise. Just before I lost consciousness, I heard Illumi whisper, "Come back safely." When I opened my eyes, I was in Aluka's room. The soft floor, bright room, and a cold pile of dolls on the ground greeted me. The black-haired child knelt nearby, her lovely black eyes blinking as she tilted her head, curious. I rose slowly, kneeled before her, mirroring her posture. "Hello, Aluka," I said. "Hello?" she echoed doubtfully. "Who are you? How did you get here? I haven't seen anyone from outside in a long time." "I came to see you." I touched her hair like Illumi would. She didn't pull away, so I continued. "It must be hard to be locked up. Wait a little longer, someone will come soon to free you. You'll be with those you love and never imprisoned like this again. With the person I love most." Her voice faltered. "Aluka loves Killua brother the most. Is brother coming to get me?" "Yes. We'll all be free. We'll meet again, and be happy together." That moment felt like destiny intersecting. A strange overlap, fatalistic and sympathetic toward this child. "Aluka likes you," she said suddenly. I was pulled from my thoughts. She smiled, pure light flashing in her eyes. "Yes, she is just a child, yet labeled a disaster due to constraints and oath. Fate's trap, the scenery of our flawed lives. Often, our efforts only blur that imperfection, like filling gaps in an unfinished puzzle." "I like you too, Aluka," I whispered. "I came to ask you, and Nanika, for help." "Something wrong? What is it?" She clenched her fists, sitting obediently. I exhaled, mustering a gentle smile. "I hope you can grant a wish for me. My name is Iku-san. Aluka, will you be a spoiled child to me?" "Okay." Her eyes lit up. "Shang-song, I want a hug." "Okay." I hugged her. "Shang-song, lift me high," she giggled. "Okay." I stood, lifted her under the arms, and gently tossed her up. "Fly." After she landed, Aluka stood, reaching to me expectantly. "Say-san, I want your left eye." "Okay." I nodded and removed my left eye by hand. Dull pain surged from my brain, nerve endings flared, and I saw transparent red before darkness swallowed my vision. Trembling, tears of blood slid down my cheek. I placed the warm eyeball in her open palm. Aluka shut her eyes. When she opened them, she had become Nanika. "Hi. Nanika, nice to meet you." I covered my empty socket, blood pooling beneath me. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I whispered, "Can I make a wish?" Nanika only smiled. "I wish. Within the next 3 months, I gain Kurapika's healing thumb chain and Kiku's angel's automatic notes." I forced my right eye open and looked at her. "Okay," Nanika said, smiling. "I do not fear sacrifice, what terrifies me is failure." With those abilities bestowed, I used Kurapika's chain to heal myself. The eye was gone, but the chain stemmed the bleeding and stabilized me. As the dull pain eased, I breathed again. "Aluka, what do you want for your future?" I asked, sitting on the ground to calm myself and speak gently to her. "What do you want?" She knelt and responded softly. "Aluka wants to play games with brother, like before." "And your other brothers? Illumi, Maluki, and the others, any wish to play with them?" "No way. Aluka only likes Killua ni." She sniffed, head turned. "I don't like Illumi and Maluki." I laughed. "I didn't expect you to remember them. I thought you only knew Killua. You told me you liked me, were you lying?" "Well, I'm not lying, Aluka likes giving birth. But compared to Killua ni, you're worse. Brother is the best in the world." I rubbed her head. "If I were Killua, I'd take you away." "Okay, Aluka, spoil me one last time. When you wake again, you might not see me. What do you want?" "Then, Shang-song," she said, lifting her blood-stained hands again, "give me your heart." Chapter 128. I often have this thought when facing Aluka. If there is an evil person who kills without reason, but he lacks common human moral values and doesn't understand why killing is a sin, can his actions still be called evil? After all, he doesn't have that internal standard, So is evil simply others' subjective condemnation because his nature threatens theirs? Yet if a tiger pounces on humans, is that a sin? It's survival or nature. The tiger and this person won't consider how their actions look to others. A tiger can't stop hunting, and this person can't stop killing. However, killing wasn't his original intention. Often it was a helpless act, an unavoidable twist of fate. His heart didn't care, he didn't grasp the world's right and wrong judgment. He did nothing, simply watched others perish because of him, confused and silent. I think if the god of death or the devil had an image, Aluka would be fitting. If she became part of death or evil, she'd show the purest, most innocent devil-likeness. Her power isn't for killing's sake. Aluka's spoiled requests only occur after Nanika fulfills a wish. So is it the child who is frightening? No, her power is just a conduit. The real culprit is human desire. Do you believe in the existence of a human heart? I don't just mean the organ, I mean the literary sense. A heart. Do you believe it exists? A thing that makes each of us an individual? When the little devil Aluka said she wanted my heart, I thought of that line from Clara and the Sun for the second time. I confirmed what my heart truly was. To satisfy Aluka's request, I would have to rip out my ribs and offer my heart, otherwise, Kurapika, who spent more time with me recently, would be first to suffer, and inevitably die. So I couldn't refuse. Although Kurapika's chain can heal injuries, it can't regenerate missing organs. Even with that ability, I'd die without a heart. Of course, since I can still think and speak, I am at least alive and healthy. When I returned to Illumi, I said to him apologetically, I stained the floor of Aluka's room. There may be fragments of my body in it. Can you please ask someone to help clean it up? I wasn't sure it'd work, but I tried a little trick on Aluka. I guided her to ask for my heart, then gave her a layered answer that didn't harm me. What do you think is the most important thing in Aluka's heart? Is it Killua? I asked her. Everyone's heart is different, and mine too. The reason my heart and I exist is because I want to save someone important with all my heart. My heart is my love for him. I took off the only ruby earring on my right ear. I've always believed gems have souls. This earring is a bridge that connects us in some way. It symbolizes my love, love itself. I didn't have high hopes. It felt like a gamble. If it failed, I could only fulfill her request through a wish. Aluka, I hand this earring to you. It carries my love, the reason my heart beats. If you accept it, please keep it for me, okay? Aluka stared at the trembling, red shining earring in my hand. Then, to my surprise, she looked up and simply smiled, okay, Naka-san. So I think if Aluka is a demon, she must be the purest, and closest to divine. She never killed for the sake of killing. My tense nerves finally relaxed. I smiled, sighed, and touched her head. Next time, to get this gem back, I'll trade my real heart with you. Then I used Nanika's power and wished to teleport back to Illumi. It was my first conscious teleport, and honestly, it felt strange. Looking at Illumi, who seemed surprised, I shyly covered the empty left eye socket and smiled at him. He died trying to comfort Aluka, I said. We changed locations and met with Gale for lunch. When he saw me, Hisako was just as surprised as before, his eyes nearly popped. Without a word, he strode over, lifted me off the ground, squeezed and patted until he confirmed it was me, and that I lived. It's incredible, Shengzen. I can't imagine someone resurrecting after death. We even saw your head. Did you wish yourself a chance to return? It's wonderful, it excites me. He hugged me tightly like a clever red fox holding a huge doll, rubbing my face hard. Let go. It's so disgusting, my spine's gonna break. Hisaka, you pervert. I pushed with all my might. When he loosened, I jumped free. I just missed you so much, I got excited. You weren't this enthusiastic the last time I saw me. I think you did that on purpose. I complained, stepping back. Last time? He raised an eyebrow. I only learned of your resurrection from Illumi. When was the last time? And speaking of it, Sheng, where are your eye and ribs? I froze. I didn't expect you'd be perceptive. You even noticed the ribs. A normal person can feel it touching you. You're so thin, hug you and it's clear the left side is missing. He spread his hands. The waiter brought lunch. Hisaka sat opposite me, elegantly twirling pasta, while Illumi pinched pizza crust with calm precision. His pale, strong fingers, black hair falling slightly. I zoned out. Illumi noticed and said, "Want some? This pizza's good." Ah. No. I shook my head fast. Nothing, I just dreamed of you with long hair. After lunch, we reminisced before I said goodbye. Just before leaving, I made a wish and said, I know you two are practically mavericks, but in the future. Do you believe in a girl's sixth sense? Don't risk your life from paranoia. I waved off casually, see you next time. Because I know past and future, I'm both lucky and unfortunate. I wished and returned to the villa where Nozra stayed, waking in my room. I prayed Kurapika wasn't there so I could disguise, but I was foolish. He knew I had returned. When I opened my eyes, he sat by the bed, silently waiting. Kurapika. I breathed deeply and tried to sit up. I'm back. Your eyes. He trembled, but held my cheeks firmly. His palms were warmer than my body. His frown locked words and feelings. Why? He asked, voice shaking. He leaned in, burying his face by mine, arms wrapping tight. Why? He repeated, voice sad like cold sea drowning, sour and salty. The sun set. Dark golden light filled the room. A cool breeze drifted in from the open window. He no longer cried like a child, but I could feel the weight growing, unspeakable, so tears welled up before him. This small sacrifice means nothing to me. I gently stroked his golden hair, smooth strands drifting through my fingers. That intoxicating color had long become fireworks igniting eternal flames in my memory. I'm sorry if I reminded you of pain. But losing my left eye was my choice, not taken. Don't worry, I'm not a victim. I tried to sound light and added, you know my ability? When I have time, I'll wish for it back. I don't want to see you hurt. I want to protect you, he said deeply. Whomever caused it, whatever the harm. You've done well, I laughed. Then, strangely, I tugged his tie and first two buttons open and bit his neck. Kurapika froze. He looked up, rare tears glinting in his eyes. I forgot to tell you, I'm actually descended from vampires, I said casually. We were so close we heard each other's heartbeat. The air was thick, like being inside a giant glass honey jar. We were goldfish in a plastic bag, in that pulsing, drowsy subtropical dusk. I prefer calling the winter here subtropical. Sunset light slanted through the curtain pattern, casting mottled totems on the floor and bed. The mirror reflected our figures, his gold and my black hair intertwined, like a bohemian web. I love you, I said. Maybe I already do. This love is too heavy, it's beyond simple or familial, it's both my fortress and my chains. But I know it in my heart, and escaping never crosses my mind. Chapter 129. The next day, I stepped out wearing a simple white eye patch over my left eye. I really don't like looking childish, but it's better than revealing that hollow socket and frightening others. Nozra hadn't expected me to move so quickly, he'd given me a week, but I finished in a day. I encountered him and Nyan in the hall and took pen and paper from the maid. Let's begin, I said. It's January, your January prophecies start now. Master Nozra, Miss Nyan, would you like me to do your divinations first? You can test my accuracy. Nozra rubbed his rough hands, didn't glance at me, and nodded weakly. Nyan looked nervous. I took their personal information, activated my telekinesis, and began writing. A spectral blue beast appeared at the pen's tip, guiding the handwriting. "Here's yours, master." I handed Nosra his prophecy but didn't read it aloud. His role in my plan was minimal. "Miss Nyan, yours." I offered Nyan the second poem. "I'd rather not read it," Nyan said, eyes darting away. "I've never read a prophecy about myself." She sounded uneasy, understandably. "It's okay," I said with a gentle smile. "A fortune-teller can't read their own fate, but they can read what others have seen about them." She unfolded the poem. "The thief stole your greatest treasure. But at dawn, the gallery will open. The boy with the letter will aid your woes. He holds an unblemished copy. The canary with no throat trapped in gold. The lion in the garden visits her. Host a tea party and secrets will come. When the lion speaks at dawn, the boy returns with news of treasure. To reclaim the canary's treasure. The lion prepares to visit the thief's secret room. At dawn's grand dinner in the gallery. To repay the tea's kindness. The lion grants the key to break the cage. Yet the choice of staying or escaping is yours." They both sat silent. I knew the metaphor. The canary was Nyan, the lion was me, the boy was Kurapika, and the stolen treasure was her divination power. The tea party, cage, key, elements in my upcoming moves. That month, I would need to ally with the brigade to restore Nyan's ability, just as I'd planned. Indeed, Nosra tested the prophecy's accuracy. In one, roses bloom beside your knee in the sunless crack of a wall. Within days, a gangster bullet struck his left knee through a wall, proof enough. By month's end, I had a stack of paperwork, clients awaiting divination. My telekinesis grew taxing, God's listening had been explosive, but this required slower, energy-draining control. Although tougher than expected, I completed the workload in a day, and collapsed into sleep. Since reviving my abilities, the Nosra operation accelerated. Kurapika was busier, and only Nyan, I, and the maids stayed inside under semi-guarded watch. Nosra depended on me, nervous at first, but after seeing me quietly disable his guards, he stopped ordering constant protection. Instead, Kurapika was permanently assigned to guard me, though he'd do it anyway. Nyan's personal guards dwindled to 2. I shared her shadow, able to handle 10. I noticed Nyan seemed depressed, though she hid it, understandable when a stranger stole your place. At week's end, I headed to the attic, an indoor garden with a skylight, and found Nyan napping beneath a potted tree. Her maid dozed nearby. Miss, wake up," Melody whispered. Nyan stirred groggily, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. "Why are you here? Is Daddy okay?" She mumbled, then stopped, noticing me. "I came to see you," I said, bowing politely. "I asked Melody to come with me, so I didn't intrude alone." Nyan looked stunned, then swung off the lounge and slipped on plush slippers. She tilted forward, eyes probing. "So, what did you want?" Melody left. We were alone. I sensed her guardedness, justified. If I'd once hated being a substitute, it felt odd to now seek out exactly what I once fled. All gain demands sacrifice. Human hearts are intricate. "I came to befriend you, Miss Nyan," I said sincerely. That night, Kurapika and I talked by the open window, stars sparkling overhead. "If you want to press on through adversity," I lay beside him, speaking softly. "It's not just hatred or the weight you carry," I said, tracing the area over his heart. "There's still hope inside you. People persist because they believe. They need self-awareness to live." He'd once told me revenge was all, yet had added, "When this is over, I want to live with you forever." Now, he no longer pursued the brigade alone, he didn't want to lose us. "Remember your promise to protect yourself, body and mind? I came back for that. Don't ever give up on yourself." He looked at me, perplexed. I stroked his hair. "If we recover the red eyes, we could leave the gang. We could work as bounty hunters, maybe open a flower shop near the sea, raise a dog. I'd bake you apple pies every day." "Bounty hunters?" he said with playful surprise, then smiled. "We'd be the unprofessional bounty hunter couple. And the dog, what about Blaze?" "He's ours too, he'd love it." "Hey, sounds good. But apple pies? You still can't fry eggs in bacon." I blushed, laughing together. "Do you believe in fate?" I asked. "Destiny?" he answered, pausing. I took his hand, placed eyelashes boldly on his palm. "I don't," he said firmly. "Life is made by choice, not fate." I nodded. "I do believe some things are meant to happen, like meeting you, but the future is ours to shape. Fate brings us to crossroads, but we decide which way to go." Chapter 130. The night before I officially let Nosra test my divination ability, in order to confirm its use, I first experimented with Kurapika and wrote the first prophecy poem for him. In the moonlit garden, roses will bloom forever. The one you miss returns to you, and brings you valuable dreams. The dawn bells from the church towers spread far away. In the gospel, the gods left their original address. In the shadows hidden behind the rose thorns, the hands of the criminal were nailed to the cross. The moon cries on a clear night. You signed one unequal agreement after another with the devil. After offering enough sacrifices, important things also come back to you one after another. In the basement where 13 pairs of red eyes are watching, the disciples' sins were cleared one by one. But please note this Last Supper, because one of the 13 cookies always belongs to Judah. That night, we didn't discuss the prophecy poem much, it didn't feel very important. I gazed at the sunset outside the window, squinting as though I could trace the first stars in the night sky. "How many pairs of red eyes have you found in these 3 months?" I asked Kurapika. 6 pairs in total," he whispered. "Finding info on these people isn't difficult, it's just that I have to work, so I follow my boss most of the time. I only go to recover them when we get to a city near a red-eye owner. But from now on I'll help you, we'll be much more efficient," I replied. During that time, Kurapika was always busy and we hardly saw each other. So I often went to Nyan's place just to hang out, even though she didn't seem to need friends. She seemed way more interested in Blaze than in me. Blaze is a lion that never refuses anyone. As long as they're not an enemy, he'll play enthusiastically. Especially around girls, he becomes all docile. One time, on the street, he even lay down, letting Nyan ride on his back. Apparently even animals are polite to beautiful women. Nyan accepted me quickly and truly had the demeanor of a young lady above trivial concerns. When I was with her, I didn't have to pay much attention, most of the time she just ordered her maids around. Occasionally, she'd call my name and ask if a dress looked good or what I wanted for afternoon tea. I told her I'd find a way to restore her divination ability. She perked up. "Really?" And that was it. Sometimes, I wondered if she even needed it. A moment after the topic ended, she suddenly asked me if I'd ever liked someone else. When I said yes, her eyes lit up. Even a young lady loves gossip. Seeing her expectant gaze, I thought of the person who used her to enter the auction, and stole her ability. She was the only one in the dark about it. Even if I'd never met Kuroro, and hadn't been tied to his genocide, my intuition told me I couldn't like Kuroro. I said, "The person I like is Kurapika." Then I added, "He's my boyfriend." She was stunned. After a pause, she whispered, "I always thought you two were just close." I didn't expect. "You two are together? I'm so jealous. I want to love someone I like too." "Miss, do you like anyone?" I pinched Blaze's paw gently. "Well, how to say? Maybe. But maybe not. I can't figure it out," she said, holding her cheek and muttering. In the past few days, I'd gathered all the information I could on the red-eye owners and stopped hiding it. I explained to Nyan the plan for working with Kurapika. I had so many ideas for future problems, but I didn't know the limits of my ability, and that made me hesitant. Could I achieve my goal without sacrificing myself and live the rest of my life in peace with Kurapika? It was what occupied my thoughts most recently. On the 10th day, I purchased 2 pairs of red eyes at great expense via online and black market channels. Surprisingly, within those 10 days, Nyan had asked Nozra to buy me one from a gangster he knew. Just consider it a thank you in advance for helping me regain my divination power, she said casually while rubbing Blaze's belly. The benefit of befriending a young lady is that she doesn't need emotional repayment, she doesn't care how much you've spent or how much effort you've devoted. Those without needs simply don't care about the cost. At the villa in the Nozra family headquarters, Kurapika keeps his own basement for storing the red eyes. We stayed in that city until January 13, then took an airship to Ares, a bustling city built on contrasts, like Rio in Brazil. In Ares, where light and darkness, chaos and order collide, it's almost the perfect place for gangs to settle. The company building under Nozra's name stands in the city's center. For gangs, having a public company legitimizes illegal assets and eases internal financial flow. Nearby, in the suburbs, stands a modest manor, our actual headquarters and destination. I now receive about 10 divination requests per day. Eager to revive the family and build reputation, Nozra has started actively recruiting clients. And since I handle the divination, he can ignore Nyan's mood and use her as he pleases. Once in Ares, Kurapika's busy schedule rapidly ended. We agreed to use our free time to retrieve the red eyes quickly. Why not just use my ability to recreate the flaming red eyes? On one hand, he didn't want me to overuse it. On the other, he didn't want the job too easy, he wanted to face actual collectors and make them pay a price. So early one weekend morning, we identified our first recovery target. Aldebaran, age 30, financial economist at a bank. Born to unknown parents. Adopted at 13 by Father Ralph. Like him, a devout believer, Kurapika said, showing me the photo again. Oh, I remember. I won't mess it up. I shoved away the paper he'd handed me, he'd reminded me at least 5 times that morning. Do I seem that unreliable? Even if my memory's bad, does it need that many repeats? The problem is, it's not just him. His adoptive father Ralph also has flaming red eyes. I interrupted. But his name is weird. Aldebaran? Like the star in Taurus? Yeah, Kurapika nodded. I think so. Even with 6 pairs recovered, I knew Kurapika could never suppress his emotions or face these moments calmly. At every free moment, he'd sink into deep thought. It was a curse from God we couldn't free him from. Blaze rubbed his head against Kurapika's left foot, and Kurapika snapped out of his daze. Like a drowning man regained shore, he looked at me absent-mindedly. I immediately put my arm around him. Do we look like we're in a premature love relationship? I asked, shifting the subject. Puppy love? Kurapika blinked, then asked, what's that mean? Oh. I forgot. Maybe that doesn't exist here. Everyone's free, and I'm already 23. I shrugged. Although psychologically, I'm still 23. We used my teleportation ability to reach the church vicinity. In a tile-roofed residential area, its tall spire and white walls towered above surrounding buildings. A statue of the Virgin Mary stood in the courtyard, surrounded by iron fences lined with roses and white stone cross tombstones. Like ordinary believers, we entered through the main gate, with the lion. In this world, while lions are rare, they're not banned, just like dogs weren't allowed in restaurants in the old world. Blaze is smart and well disguised. He can sit upright, cross his paws, bow his head, crawl on the ground in prayer, all with solemn concentration. Who would deny a devout lion believer? Father Ralph appeared in pure white robes. In the resonant church, scripture readings sent intangible energy through the air. Kurapika and I sat quietly in a corner, his lips pursed, staring as the priest prayed. How does it feel to display your compatriots' body parts as collectibles? I looked at Kurapika's sharp features and realized I still couldn't empathize with organ collectors. I could only perceive it as a perverted obsession. In this world, even murder is common, and Nyan just happened to be one of their criminals. Here, nothing is absolutely wrong. Society gives no moral absolute. Good and evil reside in individual hearts, and everyone measures differently. As Ralph's adopted son, Aldebaran also held a small position in the church. He studied theology in college. During the 2-hour service, he sat in the front row. Since Kurapika had shown me his photo so many times, I recognized him immediately. He was a thin, pale young man with high cheekbones. His thin gold-rimmed glasses and silver-gray suit were ill-fitted, the chest buttons undone to show his wrinkled shirt. His hair looked like dead grass, soft and fragile, like it could tear apart with a touch. Looking at Aldebaran, you'd think he'd been suffering from an incurable illness. But his gray-green eyes flashed with vibrant light, pure and clear, like moonlit plants at midnight. After the service, I watched him change into a black priest's cassock and sit in the confessional booth by the wall. People began to disperse, some greeted us warmly and invited us to join the church. Kurapika and I exchanged silent nods and began to split up. I circled the wooden pews, approached the confessional, and lifted the half-closed purple velvet curtain. "Father," I said, "I want to confess." "Please sit." Aldebaran, hidden behind the curtain, stretched out a hand. I sat, placed my hand in his, gently covering it. "What is your sin?" he asked softly. "The Bible says man is born in sin." "Indeed. So we should do good, have faith, and pray for God's forgiveness." His calm articulation had a soothing, magical effect. "Is murder a sin?" "Yes." "How grave?" "No matter the reason, taking a life is wrong." "If that's so, how can I get forgiveness for killing someone?" "God is merciful and loves everyone. Repent sincerely, and He will forgive you, like forgiving an ignorant child." "I have another question," I continued. "Can priests make mistakes?" "Of course. As long as humans exist, mistakes happen." "Then, is there any difference between a priest's mistake and ours?" "No difference. We're all God's children and must repent when wrong." "Then, tell me, is it wrong for a priest to collect compatriots' body parts?" I stared at the curtain, almost seeing the expression behind it. The hand shaking mine froze, his fingertips grew cold. He seemed about to withdraw, but I held on. "Aldebaran, named after a star, a beautiful name," I said. I expected panic, but instead he used his free hand to pull back the curtain. He revealed himself fully, his expression neither humble nor proud, but calm and upright, looking straight at me. "You are from the Red Eyes family, right?" he asked, voice gentle and sure. "You're different from others who've come for these eyes. I don't use them for trade, I have been waiting for you." With that, he released my hand, opened the confessional's side door, and stepped out. "Please follow me." He lifted the velvet curtain and gently gestured me onward. Chapter 131. Passing through the church's main entrance, we reached an independent house at the back where the clergy lived. Aldebaran led me through a shortcut, and soon we arrived. He pushed open a series of half-open doors until we stood before a locked room. He silently retrieved a key from beneath his robe and unlocked the door, as if he had truly been waiting for this moment. "This room holds certain church documents. It's not very private, so you can come in freely. But the space is small, Blaze may not fit," Aldebaran said. I comforted Blaze, asking him to wait outside. That pair of eyes, scarlet eyes, if memory serves, were obtained from a believer 2 years ago. They are not my personal collection, so I've been waiting for their real family to reclaim them. I'm glad you're finally here." His compassionate gaze softened his thin lips. "No matter the reason. Killing is a sin." His words made my soul tremble slightly. How long has it been since I heard such an absolute statement? Here. In this world. Is killing really a crime? Through the dusty glass window lit by golden sunlight, I saw yellowed pages stacked haphazardly on an old wooden bookshelf, abandoned clocks and tea sets gathering dust on the desk. The old house felt like a docile beast asleep. Sunlight diffused in motes of dust, alive with movement. Gently, Aldebaran brushed dust from the bookcase. A violent sneeze from Blaze echoed outside. I followed him in and immediately recognized the pair of crimson eyes behind a wiped clear section of shelf glass. They were the most arresting red, impossible to ignore under any light. "How did you know I'm related to these eyes?" I asked. No one who wants these eyes would ask a humble priest like me if killing is sin. He gently polished the glass, retrieved the fiery red eyes, and handed them to me. "Thank you so much." I bowed deeply, cradling them. "This isn't worth thanks." Aldebaran brushed his sleeves clean, said nothing more, and turned toward the confessional. As he turned, I grabbed his arm. "Wait, there should be another pair of fiery red eyes here. In this church, you..." "Huh?" He seemed puzzled. Scratching his hair, he said, "I only know about this pair. The other pair is?" "The other pair is with Father Ralph," I replied firmly. He hesitated. Though Ralph was his adoptive father, Aldebaran trusted him deeply, which explained why he helped search for the eyes. "If my father still has another pair, why didn't he tell me?" I pressed. We followed Blaze deeper into the courtyard. "Perhaps you should ask him directly later. He might be hiding something." I matched Blaze's pace, leaning on his strong sense of smell to lead us to Kurapika's location. Past a small garden, Blaze led us to an open basement door. I stared into the dim corridor, suddenly uneasy. I recalled the basement in Illumi's house, filled with torture tools. "I never knew there was something like this in the garden," Aldebaran murmured. Blaze dipped inside, his tail aflame, illuminating the damp basement with a pale glow. We followed a narrow stone staircase down into darkness. At the bottom, we found bizarre skulls lined up before us. The basement was empty. In the glow, I saw a strange magic circle painted in scarlet on the floor and ceiling, a cluster of gray skulls arrayed above a totem in ordered chaos. On the altar, within a silver-carved vessel filled with clear liquid, floated a pair of red eyes. "In your religion, are there rituals this disturbing?" "No. How could this be? What is this?" "Father," Aldebaran walked in, voice trembling, fabric rustling loudly in the still space. "Let's just take this pair first." I retrieved a container from my backpack and gently transferred the fiery red eyes from the vessel into it. Once secured, Blaze guided us out and toward the church's backyard. As we neared a secluded garden, we heard a frenzied yell. "I can't give you the fiery red eye. It's a devil's sacrifice. Only then will I have King Solomon's key, ha! Don't scare me with that thing, pierce my heart, I won't." A muffled bang followed. Pushing through the dense foliage, I saw Kurapika punch Cleric Ralph square in the face. Father Ralph was bound by iron chains, nails through his hands fastened to the cross. "I'm sorry. I couldn't help it." Kurapika's voice was low, his eyes hollow crimson. His apology felt hollow too, numbing. He gently stroked the chained wrist. I stared at him, frozen. I had never seen his anger like this. Not like a raging beast, but an aura so chilling, I felt as though I stood in an ice cellar. Aldebaran shivered and took a step back. I remained steeled, watching. "You are the first person I've met with such a cruel attitude." Kurapika looked down. "I expected someone like you might appear, but killing innocents and stealing by force is not my way. So someone like you presents a difficult challenge. Ralph, I know you and your adopted son are close, your mother's enjoying old age in a small Cajun Empire village, right? I could kill you easily, but I won't. I'll keep you alive, then strip away everything around you, bit by bit. Kurapika paused, voice steady. As a priest, you shouldn't have children. But your daughter. Poor girl, 12 this year. When the church learns of her, they'll confirm the blood tie naturally. How did you find that out? Ralph's face drained of color. Hearing his daughter's name, he screamed, "Let me go. Don't hurt Carol. You devil." Kurapika sneered, his contempt was palpable, like looking at an ant. You preach Solomon, yet call me devil? Your faith is hypocritical. Why bother cultivating nobility? King Solomon, ruler of hell, would be ashamed to have a believer like you. Scum. Ralph's tear and sweat-streaked face was pale, agony marked every gasp. My hands tightened around the rope. Anguish surged through me. How many times had Kurapika faced this alone in the year I was away? It felt like a curse impossible to escape. Please. Leave my daughter, Ralph cried. His white priest's robes, the man once respected by believers, were now soaked with blood from his nailed hands. He seemed unmoved by pain, the cross behind him a cold, solid witness to his agony. Fire eyes. Take her, but spare my daughter. I'm a priest, I leave nothing behind in life. Only her. Only her. Kurapika yanked the nail from Ralph's hand with his bare fingers. I'm glad you understand, he said quietly. With the red eyes retrieved, the rest would be Aldebaran and Ralph's matter. Kurapika had already looked my way. He dropped the nail and approached, gently brushing my head. You've seen the darkness. His voice was soft. Tears stung my nose and I felt them streaming down. It's okay. Nothing's wrong. Why are you crying? Kurapika took my hand and gently pulled me from the flowers. He cradled me like I was a child, patting my back softly. Don't cry. I'm so sorry I missed such an important moment in your life. I regret not being with you this past year. I buried my face, wiping tears, not wanting him to see my expression. I just feel lucky that one day I got it back. His voice was tender. Chapter 132. We exited the church and prepared to return to Ares. Before using my ability, I needed to find a secluded spot away from prying eyes. Kurapika took the backpack containing the 2 pairs of flaming red eyes from me. We walked in silence. Suddenly, a small knife flew from a corner, whizzed past my nose, and embedded in a tree trunk beside me. Startled, I stepped back 2 paces. Kurapika tensed. We both scanned the area, but strangely, sensed no murderous aura. Who's there? I shouted. Ahead stood a white marble electric box. Every 10 meters, a thick tree stood, capable of hiding someone. A dark alley opened nearby, leading to shrubs and fences chest high. We couldn't pinpoint the thrower. A soft snort echoed from the alley. A cold figure emerged wearing a pure white nun-like dress. Her glossy black hair fell to her waist, her skin was pale as moonstone. My heart froze. After all these years. Amber. She called my name before my mind could process it. Our only encounter had been during the hunter exam. So you're still alive, Amber. She drew the knife from the tree and tucked it beneath her skirt, just as she had 5 years ago. How? Even you, I stammered in disbelief. She glared at me, then glanced at Kurapika before asking without preamble, who is this? He's my boyfriend, I blurted, almost saying brother. Lyra didn't respond, merely nodded. I heard about you from an old friend. We finally meet again. Dinner sometime? My treat. I was taken aback, she was not usually so forward. Though our mission was done, the mood made me reluctant to accept casually. Before I could refuse, Kurapika spoke. Is she your friend? Yes, this is Lyra. We met during the hunter exam. We just met by chance, how can we refuse? Kurapika smiled. You should go with her. What about you? I have some other errands in this city. I'll handle them for the boss. I won't be with you two for now. I met his gaze. Is it safe? Yes. Just retrieving some documents. I gave Kurapika a puzzled look but said no more. After setting the time and place to meet, we parted. Lyra led me to a nearby restaurant. Along the way, I glimpsed at her curiously. Her micro-expression seemed richer than during our exam years. It's been 5 years. You haven't changed much, she remarked, meeting my gaze. I turned my head, embarrassed. I felt like I'd been caught in a candid photo. Well, you seem more feminine now, I admitted, worried whether it sounded right. Feminine? She tilted her head. What do you mean? Seeing no offense, I continued. Your emotions seem fuller. We entered a restaurant and sat at a random table. So, what have you been up to these years? I barely heard from you, it feels like ages since we parted. The year after the exam, I passed the hunter's license. Then I spent time finding an old friend, she explained. Afterward, I ran an organization. Organization? I asked. Yes. She nodded. A long-standing non-profit. It collapsed years ago, and I spent 2 years rebuilding it. A charity group? That surprises me, I thought you preferred solitude. Amber, interested? You're welcome if you like to join. Her tone held gentle invitation. We rescue endangered marine life and return stranded animals to the sea. I'd love to, but I'm busy now. I'll join once things settle. She picked up her fork and ate silently. What about you, Amber? What have you been doing? She suddenly asked. I've been traveling, and lately I've been with Kurapika. I paused, stirred by a memory, Marine Animal Protection Association. My organization, she confirmed. I thought. Your colleague might be Kurlo? I interrupted, heart pounding. Yes. She answered plainly, then asked me, have you met him? Kurlo told you about me. I exclaimed, slapping the table and springing to my feet. Lyra looked surprised. My fear, if Kurlo learned I was alive through her, he might pull me back into the brigands. But I couldn't leave Kurapika. I had bigger aims now. And why didn't she react seeing Kurapika and me? I calmed myself, sat again, and decided to conceal more. Just surprised by coincidence. I tapped the table. Since it's the Marine Animal Protection Association, are fish your specialty? He was my best assistant. Secret chamber fish. When I first met Kurlo, he used that. I deduced his ability let him use others, maybe via a third person. I now suspect you're that person, your ability is secret chamber fish. Lyra neither confirmed nor denied. She stared at her steak, cut a piece, and ate. Minutes passed slowly. She chewed deliberately. Clever deduction, she finally said. Kurlo mentioned you because of our acquaintance. But we all believed you were dead. I stayed silent. The dinner, an impromptu Hongmen banquet, felt like a trap. I'd erased brigand memories of me. But now I'd been exposed to someone I trusted. Yet this reunion helped me understand something said in Ilumi's basement. The big fish that died in the wilderness will be reborn in the secret room. The association wouldn't disappear, the true leader stayed hidden. Lyra was its hidden face. I couldn't believe the coincidence. So, do you know how Kurlo is doing? I asked. No idea, she said. We haven't talked since 3 months ago. 3 months prior, in October, after the Ukexan auction. She'd have known, unless Kurlo hid things from Kurapika. Are you still on good terms? I asked casually. Very? I'm not sure what good terms means. Maybe not ordinary. But to me, he's someone I neither want close nor can discard. Her expression darkened once. I noted the nuance. Then why lend him your ability? I lent it to him. And what did Krilo say about me? She said little, just that your ability isn't simple. I nodded and asked casually, do you plan to contact Krilo soon? I need to find him but lack contact. The phone with the knight's number was lost. Could you send him my message? We don't often talk, she said. I can give you his number, though. Perfect. I smiled. Everything I said, about contacting Krilo, lost numbers, was an excuse so I could learn more. Since Lyra mentioned knowing Krilo, I seized the chance. I acknowledged it was opportunistic, but regret didn't settle in. I reminded myself. I came back to save Kurapika. That purpose is unshakable. To reach it, I'll use any means necessary. Chapter 133. Perhaps, have you ever heard the story about roses? In fact, for thousands of years, humans lived under the rule of mythological civilizations, and real scientific concepts have only been proposed and dominated the human world for a short period of a little over 100 years. Even though people no longer believe in ghosts and gods nowadays, objectively speaking, the influence of theology on history cannot be ignored. Among the many river basins in the world, the most famous is the Greek mythology system that originated from Mount Olympus. I once heard such a story. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, fell in love with an ordinary hunter boy, but the goddess of fate told her that the boy would soon be killed by a wild beast. Fate cannot be changed, but to protect her beloved, Aphrodite advised him not to go hunting for a while. As expected, the boy did not listen. Not long after, during a hunt, he was hit in the abdomen by a wild boar and died instantly. When he died, white roses suddenly bloomed around him. Aphrodite, crying, walked to him. The rose thorns broke her ankle, and her blood dyed the roses red. Thus, white roses symbolize death, while red roses symbolize everlasting love. I've always been someone who enjoys myths and legends, especially mysterious historical civilizations, though only superficially. Since arriving in the hunter world, the only real myth I've shared was telling these stories to Kurapika. I spent time planning how to sneak into the group, but honestly, I was very uncertain. On one hand, I wanted to learn information about Krilo Lucifer from Lyra, details I didn't know. On the other hand, I feared I might arouse her suspicion by asking too many questions. What kind of person is Krilo? I asked that day. Why, are you interested in him? Lyra didn't answer immediately and instead asked me. I nodded without hesitation. I wouldn't say I'm interested exactly, but I'm not disinterested either. I have no lofty ambitions. I just want a place where I belong. Some people thrive in solitude, I can't. Krilo seems interested in my abilities, and I yearn for the brigade's atmosphere. But since we don't know each other well, I'm hesitant, I said, so. Can you keep our meeting today secret from the brigade? I need time to think, after I finish my current work. Yeah. She responded, nodding subtly. I think I understand. I sighed with relief. His full name is Krilo Lucifer, she said. I can't evaluate him simply. He's neither wholly good nor evil. We grew up together. I always thought he was dangerous, so I avoided him. You know, in a place like Meteor City, no one lives a stable life, but he has innate leadership. Under his protection, our area remained relatively stable for years. He's not sympathetic, but he practices humanitarianism and spares the weak. Maybe it's because he fidgets with the Bible he always carries. He protects the weak and those around him, acting calmly with no escape for others. His ability, skill hunter, well, you roughly understand it. Krilo praised your brain when we talked about you, but that's beside the point. To the powerful in the neighborhood, His ability was effective. Many times, he spared lives. He wouldn't kill you but would steal your ability so you couldn't take revenge. I used to think he was dangerous, like the sun over Meteor City, bright, ambitious, but the land under that sun barren, dark like his heart. He was too dangerous, yet fascinating. He stood above, surveying all like a merciful God. He wore a fabricated face, but no one could truly know his heart. It was the first time I'd heard Lyra speak at length. From her description, I visualized Krilo differently: peaceful, unreachable, inscrutable. Strong, steady, wise, decisive, royal, almost. I tried to re-examine his position through her perspective and see how Krilo differed in her eyes compared to mine. We are polar opposites, she from Meteor City, old friend and confidant of Krilo, I from Kurapika's family, victims of the massacre by the troop. We can only be enemies, nothing more. What surprised me was Krilo's different attitude toward people inside and outside Meteor City. Inside, he showed humanity; outside, he was a cold-blooded killer. Or maybe he truly had an ordinary heart but never regarded the outside world's lives as his own. Lyra spoke from Meteor City's perspective, shaped by that abandoned place, unlike the hunter world. "Are we friends then?" I asked. "Me and you?" She seemed surprised, thought, then said, "Probably." I asked her how Krilo returned abilities to others. This time she didn't answer, acting as though she didn't hear me. I knew I shouldn't push it. Vera insisted we leave Blaze behind because she wanted to ride the lion to the exhibition. After successfully recovering the 12th pair of red eyes from a musician, near the end of the month, Kurapika told me he received a call from Gon, saying the chains on Krilo's heart were about to be undone. I was startled, recalling the comic hunter where Krilo stands in a dark corridor with sunlight through columns, his face pale. I looked at him then and realized his eyes by the window were dim. For a moment, I realized I might never see light in his eyes again. Recently, I remembered the years traveling with Kurapika. We ran through meadows of wildflowers, chased one another down hillsides, we sat by harbor stone walls and painted with colorful pigments on midsummer nights in the breezes, we walked across a long wooden bridge in lavender fields and watched a distant water wheel slowly turn. We did so much together, and time flew by like quicksand in an hourglass. Sometimes I wondered whether time passing with us was a possession or a loss. I gently squeezed his palm, and he knew my plan was beginning. The 3-day coma briefly gave me Lyra's appearance and voice. I approached Krilo using a public phone, imitating her tone, manners, and steps. On the call, I only said I'd come to him to reclaim my ability. He agreed. Over those half-month days, I rehearsed the meeting scene with Krilo and the troupe countless times, trying to guess how Lyra might react. I'm not sure if I'm cut out for acting. On January 27, I took a 9-hour airship to the city Krilo was in. Along the way, I thought of alternate plans, the worst being that Krilo discovered my disguise, realized my link to Kurapika, and became wary. My only hope was that Lyra and Krilo rarely meet, and that no one in the caravan would detect Hisaka disguised as Illumi. When the airship landed, I walked down the stairs and saw a man in a neat suit, wearing a mid-length fur collar coat. It wasn't as flamboyant as his earlier wild-haired look in Yorknu; with his hair down he seemed ordinary. It suddenly occurred to me that even the phantom troop leader needs to dress warmly in winter. He put his hands in his pockets and smiled at me from a distance. No other troop members were around. My long skirt covered my ankles and my wedge-heeled boots clacked on the tarmac, an outfit I'd never tried before, but had grown accustomed to. The most uncomfortable was Kurapika. Every time he looked at me, his eyes showed hesitation, he seemed restrained when interacting with me. Snapping out of my memories, I walked up to Krilo and stared at his face expressionlessly. "You're here," he said softly. "Let's go, Franklin is waiting for us outside. And that's a wrap, hunters." Another amazing Hunter x Hunter fanfic done. If you made it to the very end of this, do drop a comment below. I am really curious who made it to the end. And tell me if you liked Sheng. Like usual, show the author some love. Their info is below. If you're new here and vibing with the channel, drop a comment, even if it's just screaming Killua supremacy as any normal person should, and hit subscribe to officially join the cult, community. Yay! The Hunter community, eyes emoji. Your support helps a lot. Just you watching and liking the video, comments, it helps keep me motivated too. So yay! What else did I have to say? Oh, and also keep an eye on the community posts. We aren't bots and actually post cool stuff there daily. But don't quote me on that. If Terry's nothing there for a day, or a few days, I choose to dodge all responsibility. That's it for now. Peace. And love y'all. Headphone emoji, red heart emoji.